It's 5 o'clock. Is there a chaplain?
Could he get in?
I guess we don't have a chaplain. All right, then the first thing we're going to do is Pledge of Allegiance. We'll call the March 16th, 2026 meeting of the Burleigh County Park Board to order. First item is roll call of members.
Commissioner Herman.
Here.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Here.
Commissioner Munson.
Here.
Commissioner Bakken.
Here.
Commissioner Schwab.
Here.
Commissioner Boehm.
Here.
Okay. Yeah, here. Just a chopped liver.
Just the one running to me.
Approval of the agenda. Any changes or anything, gentlemen?
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion and second to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Commissioner Boehm.
Yes.
Commissioner Herman.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Next is consideration of the February 17th, 2026 meeting minutes. I don't see anything on there about the bills.
Should be no bills. That should be part of the normal
Okay.
bills. Mr. Chair, I read and will move to approve the February 17th meeting minutes.
Second.
A motion and second to approve the minutes. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Commissioner Herman.
Yes.
Commissioner Boehm.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Next is public comment. It's restricted to Burleigh County residents and landowners, and this is obviously public comment relative to the County Park Board. Does anybody wish to speak? Public comments for the Park Board. Name for the record, Terry.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. Commissioners, for the record, my name is Terry Fleck. I live in Bismarck and Burleigh County. I'm here tonight to ask for your help. And that question is, does the possibility exist, Mr. Munson, Mr. Bakken, Mr. Bittner, that we could leave the keelboat boat ramp open until it can't be? I see no reason why it needs to be fenced off and access denied to a group of people who pay their taxes and are good citizens. And so if the foundation can't find a way to let us use it until we can't, I'd like to have them explain to you why that is the case, because it's the only quiet water ramp on the river in the city, and we'd like to be able to use it until we can't. And my guess is they have a plan, and at some point, I suspect, they have a construction permit, as I understand it now, finally. So at some point, they'll start construction, but it would be nice, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, if we could use it until we can't. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not sure who we would even talk to about that. It's not a county park.
No, Mr. Chair, I received 2 phone calls this week already on it. I reached out to the Park Board, the Bismarck Park Board, even though I knew that wasn't the right place, but I wanted to catch all the options. Bismarck Parks and Rec sent me to the city. I do have a phone call into the mayor to discuss it. I do know that the city owns the land, and the city is the one that decided to rededicate that area to a different type of park. I certainly would agree with Terry's comment that while they're in the process, it'd be nice to be able to use it. But I have sent that information up the chain.
Okay. Guess we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for bringing it up. Anybody else? County Park Board, public comment. Third call. Anybody else? I'm going to close the public comment period. Number 6, Commissioner Munson, consideration of mowing quotes, long-range plan for the Park Board, and transfer pickup from the Highway Department to the Park Board. Commissioner Munson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In front of you, the first item is the mowing contracts. Every year, the Bismarck Park Board, under our direction, put out bid requests to several local agencies to mow the lawn. In front of you, you have the tally for the parks, and we've listed out all the parks. We've given them a map of each item that they need to mow. In front of you, you have 3 bids for that area. I would move to approve to accept Bisman Outdoor Services for their monthly fee of $29.28.60.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for Bisman Outdoor Services. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Bakken?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab?
Yes.
Commissioner Bame?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox?
Yes.
Commissioner Munson?
Yes.
Chairman Bittner?
Yes, motion carries. There was nothing on the Missouri Valley Complex then?
There is, but that's not under the park board. That is coming up later on item 12.
Okay, sounds good.
So
So you want to carry on?
with that thought, kind of the long-range vision for the park board, and I just wanted to give tidbits of my thought processes and some questions that I've sent off to State's Attorney Lawyer for some answers, as well as to the Treasurer's Department to get some handle on the finance side of it. I'm envisioning, without the use or without the services of the Bismarck Park Board, I'm envisioning of a Burley County Park Board that would actually include the Missouri Valley Complex, would involve possibly a manager. Obviously, we're going to talk later on buying a pickup, but as we are growing in the services, I can tell you that today I had at least 2 hours today working on different park board projects that would have been nice to hand off to a manager. Last week with the Kimball Bottoms project that is going through the permitting processes, there's a lot of time that I've spent in the last several weeks to a month on that as well. So I see our park district growing. I see the services being brought to us and us only. So I keep thinking about this larger picture and having the complex to be under the park board as well. That's a legal question for Julie. I don't know if those two can be merged. Julie was not only on vacation, but also a caseload that is beyond human comprehension, so I'm not pushing for any answers anytime soon. But I did want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up of some of the thoughts that I'm working through.
Commissioner Buck?
Commissioner Munson, so as part of that vision plan with all these different pieces, because, you know, one of the things we're going to have to address is accessibility to the waterfront as well, since how the city of Bismarck seems to not want to be involved with
Correct.
allowing access to the waterfront. Then I see us taking a bigger role in that. Is that some of the questions you've got for state's attorney as far as what partnerships look like, or, you know, because if we're going to build out future boat ramps or whatever that looks like, I can imagine that's going to wind up being county park district plus relationships.
Relationships with the Corps and Game and Fish and all of that. And so, yeah, we even talked about it at this table 6 months ago, looking at options for another ramp because we knew the city was shutting down keelboat, you know, within the city. I can tell you that the Park District is also looking at growing Fox Island within their boundaries that they have. But at that point, we still don't have enough access to the river. I know I'm also, I mean, just as a benefit for everybody else, just some of the other things that are happening within that Park District. You know, last year we talked about this ADA ramp at Knifel, and I did get an update last week. The concrete is cast and everything is in play. The permits are done. The engineers are ready. We're still looking for one volunteer or one donation, if you will, for flat work, for concrete work, for sidewalks and things that go up to the ramp. But as soon as we have good enough conditions to start moving equipment in and items in, that ramp will be put into place this spring. So we're ready for that. We have also started the 404 permit process. Thank you to the Highway Department that helped get that in front of Burley County Water Resource District. Typically, that's something that the Bismarck Park District handled for us, but now Dan and Casey got that in front of the Water Resource District, and so they are in that process. I've talked to the folks that are filling out the applications so that we can dredge both of the ramps again to make sure we have good access. I did have some folks reach out to me from Misty Water area. Once we get to that point, they would like to hire the same contractor because they've got some stuff on their side that needs to be cleaned out as well and better access to the river itself. And so they're working through that process as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Commissioner Schwab.
I'm just wondering, Commissioner Munson, what are you short,
Short,
money-wise, if you need one more donor
one more.
for that?
Oh, the flat work for the concrete sidewalk and stuff that goes up to the ADA ramp.
How much?
They were guessing about $9,000. We're
Okay.
actually looking for one of our local concrete folks that would donate the labor. Knife River has already donated the ready mix. So we're just looking for that contractor that can set forms and pour it. I did reach out to the gentleman that did the work for us up at Steckel, and he was looking for the plans so that he could give us an idea if that was something that he would work on for us.
Back to your conversation about a manager or something, you know, we tried that years ago and then kind of fell apart there too. Just wonder if that might not be something that would be handled with the county administrator as well.
Kind of the reason I've been holding off. That's in play, and so Pam and I have developed the job description for it, but I think that administrator would be a huge help in that case.
For the paperwork related stuff, I don't
Yep.
think that would replace a park ranger person.
No. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. The amount of paperwork for the federal government to apply for a grant is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's
Did you
believable.
try the Garrison diversion?
I didn't. I did not.
Well, they came out and said they're not gonna give us any money anyway, so.
Right. We actually thought about sending the application, but didn't really want to
I tell you,
compound the whole process, so we were gonna get denied for it anyway. Because it's not recreation, it's actually, repair of waterway.
I tell you what, I am going to that meeting in Carrington, get your application, I'll carry it up there. If you wanna waste your time.
Well, I didn't really want to pay the engineers to waste their time to do it. It was cheaper just to let that one go.
Okay, let's move ahead. Transfer
Okay,
pickup.
the next item on the list is transferring a pickup from the highway department to the park board. Obviously with us now taking on the maintenance of the parks themselves, we needed that transportation piece. The highway department was gracious enough, they actually have a 2017 Chevy Crew Cab with about 160,000 miles. Kelly Blue Book sits at 9690. They were willing to sell it to the park board for that. Obviously, I don't have the funds in my budget this year, as we were not expecting these kinds of expenses when we put our budget together a year ago. Talking with Taylor and the finance department, we can do a couple different options. We could use Burley County funds, or no, I just lost the word, reserve funds, or what I'm suggesting is that we rent the pickup for the remainder of this year for $500 a month, and then being able to budget for the remaining $5,190 for the 27 series, so that makes it clean. Talking to Dan and Casey, they were fine with that option as well. Looking through my budget, I would have to take a little bit of money from each one of my ramp budgets to make this happen. It will not be easy. It'll be tight because, again, we weren't planning on this kind of expense. But those are the two options that I have.
Sure.
Commissioner Bucking?
Commissioner Munson, we talked about whether we needed a half ton or a 3/4 ton. So this is a half ton?
Yep.
Would the plan to be looking for a 3/4 ton later, or?
Well, and in talking with Dan and Casey and the opportunities or the time frame that we would actually need a 3/4 ton to pull a trailer or the dump trailer, The highway department would rent us or allow us to use one of their vehicles at a certain hourly rate as we needed. And so it made more sense to buy a good half-ton now at this point and be able to rent a three-quarter ton as needed later on.
Perfect, thank you.
Better fuel mileage, better maintenance, better everything.
Anybody else?
Committee, I'd like your thoughts. Would we want to rent to own? Or should we ask for reserve funds?
I'd make a motion that we rent to own, and then in 27, take care of the rest. Did you hear me?
Yep.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to rent to own, with the rest of it coming up for the budget in 27. Commissioner Bachman?
Were there any terms on that as far as interest or anything with the,
They didn't ask for any terms, so, and they're
Okay.
both shaking their head no.
so just straight across the board?
Straight across the board.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I guess for the benefit of the public, the reason that we're having the conversation is because, for the most part, those kind of purchases under the highway department were made with highway dollars, not tax dollars.
Correct. Yep.
And so, in order to keep everything appropriate, you need to take budget from one place and pay to the other department, so it keeps everything straight and narrow.
Absolutely. Keeps it
Any other,
clean.
yep, any other discussion on the motion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Schwab,
Yes.
Commissioner Boehm,
Yes.
Commissioner Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Any other business for the good of the Burley County Park Board? Seeing none, I'll adjourn the County Park Board. Thank you, gentlemen.
If I may
Go ahead.
approach, just a reminder, given the new relationship that this park board has with the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and Jeff, you might want to make sure they're all aware of it, the ALP meeting, the spring ALP meeting with Corps of Engineers is this month. This board has not participated in the past. As a matter of fact, we've hardly ever seen anyone from the county and/or the park board, so I'm encouraging you to be there. It's going to be a challenging year for water levels on the Big Lake as well as the river and access. So I'd encourage one of you to make an effort to get to the ALP meetings. There's a spring and a fall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, sir. Okay, well, I already adjourned the Park Board. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll call the March 16th, 2026 meeting of the Burley County Commission to order. First item is roll call of members.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Here.
Commissioner Munson.
Here.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Here.
Chairman Bittner.
Here. Okay, I had a request from somebody to move the garrison diversion discussion up from the last position to probably here under either public comment or consent agenda before we get into the public hearing. Would anybody have any problem with that?
Behind consent?
Yeah, I think we'll do it behind the consent. Okay, so that's taking item 13, moving it behind item 6. You'll probably learn the reason why we're doing that when we get to that part of the discussion. Any other changes, additions, anything to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I kind of half wondered if we wanted to put all of it in front of the public hearing, but it's kind of the folks stay the whole meeting or
Well, I think every one of these is a real minor thing, so
Right.
if we did that, we'd probably dispense with a lot of,
minor stuff to be heard and get done before the public hearing.
yeah, because I'm sure that's gonna run late.
That's gonna run a while.
Okay.
Take care of
Commissioners,
business first.
any other thoughts on that? I'm okay with doing that. So basically what we'll do is we'll move item number 8 to after item 13. How's that sound?
How about after 12, because you already moved 13 forward.
Yeah, well, that's the same difference, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll do that after 12. Get a
Move to
motion?
approve the amended agenda, please.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Munson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox,
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Consideration of the March 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes and bills.
I did the bills, looked at them, I couldn't find anything wrong, and I couldn't find anything wrong with the minutes. So I moved to approve both.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the minutes and the bills. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Bakken,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox,
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is public comment. Obviously, it's public comment for something other than the public hearing. Anybody have anything they wish to speak about under public comment? Long time no see.
Chairman Bittner and Commissioners, good evening. For the record, my name is Terry Fleck. I live in Bismarck, Burley County. And I'm here tonight, I've not been able to attend or watch from afar the discussions on the Garrison Conservancy District. And Commissioner Woodcox, I understand that's in your portfolio. Could I get some clarity? Is that in anybody's portfolio?
No,
It's
it's not a portfolio.
Would someone be willing to explain to me, we're talking about $760,000, is that correct?
Roughly, yep. That's pretty close.
10,300,000.
Well, yeah,
I'm talking about
760,000 per year.
In the year
He's
for the
talking
year.
about over the last however many years.
So my question is, if we leave the Conservancy District, the $760,000 is money that you can do something else with on behalf of the constituents in the county?
No.
We just don't collect it.
The Garrison Conservancy is a separate entity.
I understand.
Yep, so it's not something that
I'm
can
just
come into
asking
our
a
budget.
question.
Yep.
Sort of setting the stage, Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Monson, thank you. So I'm here tonight to talk on behalf of Christie and myself. And you can correct me at any time that you want to, but on my property tax statement, if I understand this process correctly, it costs us $24.80 to participate in the Garrison Conservancy District. That's roughly 7 cents a day. And I just want to make sure you're clear. I get confused by the discussions. We're prepared to continue our participation at $24.80 a year, because that's all you're going to save us. Is that correct? You're shaking your head yes,
Yes.
Commissioner Munson?
Yep.
So you're going to save our family $24.80. So I just want you to understand, we feel as a family, given the importance of the Missouri River, and I want to say this publicly, the Missouri River is the most important resource in the state of North Dakota, second only to its people. And if you're going to do a jigsaw puzzle, it is imperative to understand that no one piece of the puzzle is more important than the other. But what's imperative is that you understand the big picture. And so at our house, we see the river and the Conservancy District and the Missouri River Recovery Plan and the EAE program and the Missouri River Joint Water Board and the Burley County Water Resource District and the Missouri River Recovery Implementation Committee and all that goes on with the Park Board as a much bigger picture. Commissioner Bakken, you suggested that it's a statewide thing. I agree with you. But the reality is if we walk away, do you have an expectation that we're going to be welcomed and greeted and you're going to be allowed to speak your mind and allow this to become a statewide issue?
You asking me that?
No, I'm talking to Commissioner
But
Bakken.
they'll let us back for 750,000 a year.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to make sure you're clear. The question that I have is that according to this property tax statement, and Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's $20.50 for the Soil Conservation District. And so my question to all of you would be, we live in Bismarck. Is there any particular reason why we have to pay that $20.50? Is there a benefit to us?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the other question I would ask, and this would be to Commissioner Bakken, as you talk about a statewide issue, any reason why, given the amount of money that we give to higher education in this state, that we as citizens on our property tax statement have to pay $28, and I can't read that without my glasses, I apologize, $24.30 to the medical center?
It's a great
I think
question.
we're going to have these conversations. These are conversations you need to include all of us. Have a hearing and include and provide us with an opportunity to come in and have an open and honest and intellectual discussion about the issue. You're going to go to Carrington. You're going to raise all this hell. You're going to say we're not paying it. We're going to leave, and so it costs us 7 cents a day. So I mean, if the citizens of Burley Bismarck can't afford the $7 cents a day, I understand, but I think there's a lot of misinformation. That money isn't coming back in some way in terms of property tax relief or any sort of thing. We have a responsibility as citizens to understand the value of the river. And so in closing, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'd encourage you not to go to Carrington, not to ask to be let out of the Conservancy District, but to somehow spend some time to get a greater understanding of just exactly all that goes with it as a jigsaw puzzle, big picture. And I thank you for this time. I really appreciate it. I hope I didn't take more than $24.80 worth of your time. So thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
So is this about the Conservancy District now, agenda item, or? No.
Well, that kind of hijacked that. We'll talk about the Garrison diversion when we get to that agenda item, so.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Okay. Okay, public comment on anything that's not on the agenda. How's that? I'm going to close the public comment period. Next is the consent agenda. Commissioners,
Move to approve?
Second.
motion and second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Next, I had moved 13 up. So we're going to talk about the Garrison diversions.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Schwab, you want to take off on that?
Well, I understand what was just said, $24, but why are we giving over $10 million of taxpayers' money to the Garrison diversion? If you haven't watched that meeting that is on the county website, they come right out and say they're not paying for any water projects for us. It's as clear. And what's the reason? Burley County has enough citizens, they can tax them to tax for their water projects. Well, I'll tell you what, taking $10 million out of the economy over a period of time, it adds up. And we're streamlining this. We're streamlining our county now, and Commissioner Bakken mentioned, every time you cut Garrison diversion, you can't touch them. And yet, if you watch that meeting, they say they collected too much money. What are they going to do with that money? Well, we got to move this money over here, get our story straight with the legislature. That's what you call a slush fund. And the county should not be involved with anything like that. Plus, hey, pretty soon it's going to be $1 million a year, and that can stay in the county. Now, another thing about the Garrison diversion, the county cannot give out grants. But the money that goes to the Garrison diversion can give out grants anywhere. So if we want money from the Garrison diversion, we have to ask for our money, which makes no sense. The other thing that doesn't make sense, you never hear him talking about the boundary waters anymore. The boundary waters are the Red River. And the Garrison diversion is not paying to get that 3 foot or 4 foot pipeline in. It's the federal government and probably the state. However, that will go to Fargo. There's Moorhead. Well, we might use it in a drought year. all the way up the line to Canada. Every county on the Minnesota side of the border, once that water starts going in, it's going to stick a hose in that river for good old Missouri water. Why aren't they paying their way on the Garrison diversion? That's the question. Why are we paying to get water to western Minnesota? There's a lot more to this than people realize. To be honest with you, I think when they make statements that they're not going to pay for water projects, etc., give us a couple swing sets now and then. It's time for them to go to the Carrington drugstore and get a pound of that reality powder 3 times a day. You should be taking it because those days are gone. It adds up, and it's morally wrong for us to be supporting this. And like was stated, it just goes away from your tax statement. It might not be much, but a lot of this stuff is adding up. And there's some people, by the way, that I know that are paying $40 a month, a year to the Garrison diversion. Depends on what their meals are and stuff. But the main fact is you need to watch that meeting, and the way they downgraded the citizens in Burley County was atrocious. I was just stunned by what was said. They don't mind taking money from the bigger counties and giving it to the smaller ones. Garrison diversion last year, I believe, had a $220 million budget. They didn't get that from the counties. They're kind of money changers, a pass-through federal funds for these water projects. When the Southwest Pipeline went in, they were asked right here by me, how much money did you put in it? None. But they were taking credit for it. They said, well, we have this south part of Bismarck would not be developed if it was that for them. Well, Morton County doesn't belong to them, and they developed the south side of Mandan. So the thing about it is they actually are a pass-through, money-changing operation that the state could easily, the state water board could do, and we wouldn't have to pay this kind of money to keep them relevant. I mean, it is crazy. So when you look at it and you start putting the pieces together, I don't understand why they're doing things out of the Garrison Diversion District, and those counties do not belong into it. I think they help with the Stark County, that's out of Dickinson. They were crowing about that. They don't belong to the district. We pay for it. And it's a principle of the thing that people of this county shouldn't have to do that.
Commissioner Bachman, you wanted to?
I will not argue that there's value to Garrison diversion, the authority. The problem I've got is why are a small number of member counties paying for the administration of an agency that functions basically as an NGO in North Dakota that should be under the water board? Because the part of the problem is, who are they accountable to? There's no recourse from a taxpayer's perspective when it comes to who does the audit for them. It's not the auditor's office, it's not the state auditor's office. There's a lot of value for the entire state of North Dakota, but the scenario that we're living in right now is a small group of the member counties are paying for the benefits across the entire state. There's a lot of benefits that come with Garrison diversion. Most notably is protecting our accessibility into the Missouri River. But why isn't the entire state paying for that? That's a benefit for the entire state across the board. Every county benefits in North Dakota for that. And where I have a problem is we're not seeing the return on that investment that we're paying in a mill, and granted our mill's about $7.60. Cass County's the highest paying member. They're at $1.3 million. But those numbers just continue to go up, we're not seeing the benefit for that. The state is. I'll never argue the fact that the state's getting benefit out of it, but we as Burley County residents are not, and that's where I have a problem with it.
Well, it kind of came to our attention when they started talking about they're putting in pickleball courts up at Wilton, or they're doing a community building in some little town someplace that has nothing to do with water projects anywhere. It's I think consensus here was it's been along the lines of mission creep. And, the goal is to see if we can do some repair on that. Because part of the reason that I wanted this to come up at this point is we'll have a discussion later about how do we pay for some of these things that are relative to OHVs. Now, if you had $760,000 that wasn't going out of the county, you could probably do something for OHVs. Or you could take that $760,000 in less than 4 years would pay off this $3 million project that we have to do, restabilizing the bank down here on the river at a boat ramp. So there's things that we're going to have to fund as the county, which means it's going to come out of all your pockets, and as well as mine. And we think that amount of money should be directed internally to Burley County. So I think to get us back on track, the point with this was to look at this letter, because there's the Garrison Diversion Conservancy District will accept letters up until a certain date. And so that was, whether you're going to carry it or send it and carry it, I would say do both, but the goal was to read the letter and approve it or not.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Woodcock?
who wrote the letter?
I'm not positive. I think Commissioner Schwab was probably working with,
It's
State's
not
attorney.
signed or anything, and it says Burley County on it, but it's not
Yeah, it's not signed.
signed. We haven't had a chance to even vote on it. Who wrote the letter? Who composed it? It's very well done. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying who did it.
I did it. I was asked to draft some testimony since I was told that individuals couldn't make it to the meeting, and we're not all gonna go as a quorum of commissioners. And so I was asked to draft some potential testimony for the board to discuss tonight as to whether or not they wanted written testimony on behalf of the Burley County Commission to go to the district.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay. So you've had a chance to read it. What are your thoughts,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Woodcock?
before we go too far, last week I'm on the Burley County Water Users, and I'm an advisor, not a voting member, but Commissioner Schwab appeared to testify in trying to get the Burley County Water Resource District to back the commission who voted 3-2 to resign from or discontinue, whatever, our membership in the Garrison Diversion. And a couple things that he brought up that I really like to get cleared up. Right away at the beginning, he said he has been appointed to, see, I read this 3-4 times. I've tried to repeat it and repeat it. It said, I will be going up to represent the county because they will be on the agenda. And he asked for support, but I challenged right away whether he could represent the county. And he says he can, and I've talked to Julie about that. And also, towards the end of his presentation, he said that there was a meeting between Commissioner Bakken, who was mentioned, and Commissioner Commissioner Bittner, sorry, I get you mixed up, and Commissioner Schwab, to allow him to be represented.
No, there
And-
wasn't.
No,
No,
Well,
there wasn't.
that was the vote we took in December.
There was no meeting.
I believe it was
can't believe
December.
you're even saying that.
Well, I've got it quoted, said, I did not need permission to represent the county. I'm going up to the county to then he said, I'm going up to represent the county. And as we commissioners, and I quote, we commissioners, Bakken and Bittner, decided on the exit, whatever that means, the exit, that he would represent the county, which I think is is a violation of open records law.
No.
No,
Three
that-
commissioners voted here,
Right?
and
I'm not disputing that.
I'm
We
one
voted
of the
for it.
three, and I'm gonna go up and represent. And if we have to take a vote and want to appoint somebody, I would assume 3 commissioners are gonna vote for me. I did not have a meeting with these guys. I can't believe you brought it up.
It's on, you want to watch the replay, I watched it 4 or 5
Wow.
times to get it exactly right. I'd like to ask Julie to step in and define what's right and what's wrong, or,
I haven't seen the meeting myself, but obviously if there is a decision made that one of you will go up and represent the commissioners, there has to be a discussion and vote at a public meeting on that.
how about one commissioner representing the commission on anything? And say they're representing the commission.
As long as this commission gives approval for that person to go and give the commission's wishes and like this testimony that I have drafted up, that's for discussion and approval by the commission tonight, and it won't go anywhere unless there is a majority of the commission that approves that. Same thing to have a representative of the commission go in lieu of the entire commission. That would have to be with the commission's approval, giving the message that the majority of the commission approves of at a public meeting.
I would like to request that you look into the replaying that video of the March 11th meeting of the Berkeley County Water Resource District. Started at 8 o'clock, and see if I interpreted it right.
Well, I believe that meeting is next Tuesday.
I'll take it.
We're gonna call a special meeting. I actually would think, and maybe Julie can kind of hash this out, any commissioner could go up there for public input.
It is a public meeting, open for public comment, and anyone can go up and give their testimony that they want to. But if someone's going to represent the commission and provide testimony on behalf of the commission, there has to be an appointment by this commission for that person to represent the commission, and that should be done at a public meeting. And again, the message that the appointee gives should be the message that this commission has approved that they give.
Commissioner Buck.
I think the first step is approving the testimony drafted by state's attorney lawyers. So I would make a motion to approve her letter.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the letter. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Munson.
I've voted against these since the beginning. I do agree with Terry Fleck that this is not the right place for us to be. However, I also agree with Commissioner Bakken that this is a statewide item. There is nothing wrong in this letter. It is very accurate. However, I will still vote against it.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Woodcox.
No.
Commissioner Munson.
No.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Now, as to the question of representing the commission at the meeting, I'm still not sure if I can go. I don't know that my schedule will allow me to take that whole day off and go to Carrington. I'd like to, but I'm not sure if I can. I personally am not opposed to one of the commissioners representing where we're at with it, recognizing that it's a 3-2 situation, that the motion to do that would have to come from one of you two.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Commissioner Munson.
Just a point of clarification, more for Julie. If the citizens of Burleigh County voted to join, can Burleigh County request to be brought out, or should it be a vote of the citizens?
The statute requires that it's a petition signed by the county commission, attested to by the auditor. It doesn't say anything about that going to a vote. It doesn't mean that the commissioners can't put that on as like an advisory opinion at the next election. You can do that. That's been done before too, but it's not required before a petition gets filed.
Commissioner Bakken.
So as far as, Julie, would it be prudent if, seeing as how we don't know who's going to wind up showing up for this, Would it make sense just to notice this as a potential quorum at this meeting? And then what would be the process for moving your letter forward? Would you file that with them for their public hearing?
So so for the testimony, first of all, the draft testimony that's on there that you voted on, I'd put a line at the bottom indicating that it was approved by a majority of the county commission on this date, and then have the,
And you'll file that?
and have the chair sign it, attest by the auditor, and then either the auditor or myself can forward that to the place where they're accepting written testimony. For your question regarding, not sure who's all going to be there, and if a quorum is going to be there, it should be noticed as a potential quorum of commissioners there to discuss potentially county business.
Thank
So
you.
we probably should do that.
I'll verify, but I believe I've already done that.
Okay, thank you.
And then we also made arrangements, I believe, for Thomas to
Recorded.
attend and record and whatnot. I don't know if you were planning on being there. or-
Yep, Thomas and I will both be at the meeting.
Okay. Okay, this is the question of representing the commission there.
There won't be, Mr. Chairman, there won't be any one commissioner representing the commission then, is that correct?
See, if I knew I was gonna go, I would say,
Well,
I'll do that.
then, if we're gonna pick one of the five, I think we should acknowledge it now and not wait for, see who shows up.
Well, it's in a week.
Yeah, it's a week
Meeting's
from
in a
tomorrow.
Week from tomorrow, so.
Unless you want this letter to be our only representation at the meeting.
No, I don't.
I will be going to the meeting,
Okay,
regardless of what happens here.
Mr. Chairman,
I am going.
I would move that Commissioner Schwab be the appointed county representative.
That doesn't preclude another commissioner
No,
from going up
not at
and
all.
speaking just as part of the,
If he wants to be, he would be the representative representing us as a group.
let's second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Because I might go. You know,
No?
and as the chair, tell you what,
Do you amend the motion?
yeah, I think that would probably be appropriate, because I'd love to go if I can make it. I just don't know if I can make it yet.
So Jerry, if you amended your motion, Commissioner Schwab would speak unless Chair Bittner is
I
there.
don't want to amend the motion.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Julie,
He said he's going, he wants to testify.
one commissioner can go up and speak too, can't they?
That's correct, Commissioners. Well, thank you. That's correct. Commissioners can go up and speak, but if you want to have one person representing the thoughts and testimony of this board, you can designate one person to speak for the board. If you want more than one person to speak for the board, again, you should probably give that authority to do so. But again, anyone can go up and speak on their own behalf as well.
Well, in case Chair Bittner wants to go up, would we have a problem here?
Well, if you've been designated as the person representing the county commission, then you should be the one speaking on behalf of the county commission.
So he couldn't put in his 2 cents, huh?
He can
Yes,
put
he
in his
could.
2
Not
cents,
as a
but not
representative
as a
county.
representative of the commission board. They've already had a representative appointed, and that would be you, if
Okay.
this motion goes through.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Munson,
No.
Commissioner Bakken,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries. Now, did you want to say something about the Garrison diversion? I guess. Before I move on? And I guess if anybody else does.
My testimony here is going to be significantly different than the last gentleman. So I'm not looking at $40 or $24, whatever it is on our taxes. I'm looking at $10 million plus that Burley County has paid into something, and I just don't, it's just the principle of the whole thing doesn't set well with me when 28 counties out of 53 are participating, and I hear this whole state benefit stuff. I want everybody to go on the Garrison Diversion website and read their history and see what's happened all the way up to 1984, where then there was a 2-year, they stopped construction of the McCluskey Canal going east, and then in 1986, there was a federal redoing of the Garrison Diversion Unit into the Garrison Diversion Conservancy District. But just remember, prior to 1986, it was the Garrison Diversion, taking Missouri River water for beneficial use, primarily east. And so 28 counties out of 53, over $10 million of Burley County money. By the way, that 1 mil that we would cancel, that could be 1 mil used for something else. So it could come back for some other causes in Burley County. But if you take the time value of money, since we've been paying into this thing since 1986, 87, whatever it is, and you take the time value of money, it's way more. It's $20 million. Plus, if it's actual real dollars of 10, it's got to be time value of money. You pick the rate, and it's probably more than $20 million. That is the issue. I don't see a benefit to Burley County. I want everybody to go on and watch their meeting they had. I listened to the whole thing for an hour and a half, 2 hours. I think it was in January, Commissioner Schwab.
Yeah, the 9th.
And by the way, my name is Curtis Junt, Chair Bittner, Commissioners. I sat here and listened to all this, so I guess I kind of got worked up a bit.
It's about an hour and 9-minute meeting.
Okay, hour and 9 minutes.
It felt way longer.
It did,
Nobody
it
could
did.
burn it in long.
So in that meeting, it's obvious that there's, like Chair Bittner said, there's considerable mission creep, that they realized, you know, they need to, that could be a problem even before the legislature. So that was something they recognized. So one of their solutions that they came up with was, instead of limiting our grant amounts to 50,000, we'll increase it to 100,000. So just like Commissioner Schwab said, we're going to pay 760,000, and then we have to apply. And of course, they get to pick the winners and losers. They may or may not pick us as a winner, especially after the little stink we're making. I'm sure we're going to get 0. So we're going to be a loser, and we get $100,000 for 760. And again, as an economist, that numbers don't jive for me. They don't work out. So the principle of the whole thing, I don't see a benefit to Burley County. We have the treasure of the Missouri River water, and everything that they're doing is moving that water. And you talked about low water coming up. Yeah, I got a feeling we're going to have some low water issues on the Missouri. But everything with Missouri Garrison Diversion, I still call it the Garrison Diversion. Call it whatever you want, but it's still about taking water to the east. And I watched the recreational meeting. That's one of the ways they're focusing on how to get rid of, you know, millions of dollars that they're taking in for pickleball courts and swimming pools. I guess I don't consider that a Missouri River diversion use, swimming pools, but it's water, so I think they justify that as being water. So I struggle with the benefit is not there, and I guess the principle of it all is what I have a problem with. And I'm not looking at 1 year $760,000 or $24 on my taxes. I'm looking at the county paying over $10 million in real dollars, which is significantly more when you look at time value money, and it's just going to keep growing and growing. 28 counties. How did we get into it? How do we get out of it? Why can't we get out of it? I realize it's might be 1 mil, but that is money. Pennies add to dollars, dollars add to tens, tens get to hundreds, hundreds get to thousands, and that's where we're at here. This is big dollars over the time, and it's just going to keep growing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on that particular item? Okay, I guess we're caught up with that.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Woodcock?
I know we've had a lot of comment about Burley County doesn't get hardly anything or next to nothing. In case of what the recreation projects, that's true. But I visited with the chairman of the South Central Regional Water District, which provides rural water to Burley County and Emmons County and I don't know, one other one, I think. And he gave me some figures. In the last 1 through 4, 8 years, we have received Burley County Water Resources, or the Regional Water District, has received over $50 million from Garrison Diversion. as grants. When they do a project, when they want to build a water tower, they apply for a grant from the water, Garrison Diversion, and they've received over $50 million from Garrison Diversion and they're planning in I think he said 1.5 or 2 years from now to expand the project on the river, now the Bismarck operation, to have more capacity because they're running out of capacity. And they anticipate a huge donation from Burley County Water, from Garrison Diversion. If we were to drop out of Garrison Diversion now, and do you think, like you just said, do you think 2 years from now when we go apply for a $30 million loan, not a loan, it's a grant, they're going to, you know what they're going to say, just like you just said, nothing, we won't get anything. So, but then also Commissioner Schwab's in a meeting on Wednesday said, if that happens, well, then there's other ways that Burley County citizens can pay for it. Well, you know what that is? Tax dollars. That's an increase in tax dollars to pay that. There's no other way that I know of that we could provide 30 or 40 million, and they haven't gotten that figure exactly, but it'll be substantial over that period of time. So that's one major benefit. I know, Commissioner, if I might continue, you've mentioned that that's federal dollars and that you can't count that as through Garrison Diversion, but those monies are federal monies, come to Garrison Diversion and come to the counties, that whoever applies.
Right, but
We
it's
also,
still- it's still
Mr. Chairman,
federal money.
Yes, it is federal money. Now, we have to take the DOT, the Department of Transportation in North Dakota, receives a lot of money, federal money, when they have a big road bill that goes through, and they get, I don't know how many millions, it's millions. They take that money, federal money, and they distribute it to the counties or the wherever, who wants to build new roads and bridges, whatever they have use for. So we have got to come up with, in most cases, a lot of it, we have to come up with matching dollars. If it's we applied for a big one from the Lincoln Bridge. We were going to put a bridge over the river and the railroad, but that got to be way out of hand as far as money is concerned. But we saved up, I think it was $2 million, the highway department did, to provide our matching money for a grant that came from the federal government to the state to us. Same thing, it's federal money. Same thing with Game and Fish, they get a lot of money. It's crazy. Almost every operation that the federal government comes down to the state and distributes it to whoever is applying, whatever their mission is, that's federal money. Big deal. Are we going to turn down federal money? No, never.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to know how much of the $10 million of our mill levy money actually came back to us. That does nothing for me that the federal dollars that the Garrison Diversion Conservancy District is the funnel, or to take federal dollars and state dollars and dole it out. That I'm talking about the money that we've paid. How much of that?
He said he could find that.
Commissioner,
Pardon me?
somewhere on the order of 850,000.
That's how much we've been paid back
Right,
out of our 10.
Well, that's on those projects, the
Well,
50,000.
825,588.
Okay, but then you're completely ignoring $50 million.
That's not
Commissioner,
our mill
that's
levy
federal
money.
money.
That's
That's
not
not-
our mill levy money.
It's all put into
Commissioner-
one group and they're distributed
But
from there.
If it's coming federal dollars and state dollars through Garrison Conservancy District, they can't flip their middle finger at us and South Central Regional Water.
You just said they did. You said they were going to just 5 minutes ago.
I'm
talking
talking about the $100,000 grant, Commissioner Woodcox, that they now was $50,000 if we apply for a $100,000 grant, which is, I'm talking of our $10+ million, how much has actually come back to us?
He said
comparing-
he said he could provide those numbers, but I
Well-
said it won't be worth it. That's a real project that he's talking about. We did get that back. We applied for the grants and we got them almost all of them through the Bismarck Parks and Rec, incidentally.
Was that the 28 counties mill levy money that we're talking about that's coming back to pay 30 or 50
We don't know.
million for our water treatment plant in
It's the
South Central
same.
Region?
It's the same principle.
Anyway, I think it doesn't make sense to me. You're mixing federal, state, and then our county mill levy dollars. and Looks
There's
like one
also
big pot, so.
There's also a state water commission and all that certainly would fill the void, and they're already employed. Anyway, we're gonna move on. Commissioner Bakken, Age Well Center presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'd like Renee Kipp to come up from Agewell Center. So March is a very important month. One of the big components of the Agewell Center, our senior center within Burley County, is the food program. And March is Wheels Meals on Wheels for America, which was started back in 1972, and it really is a big component of service that very heavily utilized within Burley County with our senior population. So, Renee?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. You kind of stole my thunder, Commissioner Bach.
Well, you've got me passionate about it, so.
So Meals on Wheels of America does recognize March as the March for Meals. It's when the Meals on Wheels program was incorporated into the Older Americans Act, which is the federal legislation that provides the funding for what we do. Nationwide, we serve 2.8 million people every year. Here in Burley County, we are at 700 meals a day. This is 2025 numbers, 700 meals a day. That includes congregate, dining, home-delivered meals, drive-through takeout meals, and frozen meals. And we provided 172,081 meals to 2,814 people in Burley County in 2025. You can see, if you look at the sheet inside your brochure, since 2019, prior to the pandemic, our meals have increased almost 71%. We were at just over 100,000 in 2019, 172 this last year. We are expecting another 5% growth in 2026, and then for 2027, another 5% at least. It's just really gotten busy for us, and we're projecting some big numbers. In a meeting I was at last week with Aging Services, they're telling us we're going to see this kind of growth for the next 15 years. All the 65 and older baby boomers will be, by 2030, they'll all be 65. By 2040, we'll have doubled the population of 85 and over. So we're going to see a lot of demand for our services.
So Renee, two of the things I wanted to bring up with this is one, food security for our senior population is very, very vital.
Very vital.
Two, where are we at for capacity? Because you and I have had this conversation. From a kitchen perspective and being able to provide those services,
we're maxed
out.
Out. Yep, we're maxed out. So we're going to have some real challenges in the future. Our capacity committee that was part of our strategic plan is reconvening so that we can start looking at what we're going to do to meet that demand over the next few years. Our budget for this year is $3.4 million. I'm expecting it to climb with the demand for services, climb substantially. Along with that, we're seeing a decrease in what people are able to donate to the program. So we're seeing where these seniors are. They don't have the funds to continue to donate toward the cost of the meals they're receiving. It's decreased substantially. So that means the county commission, the state and federal funds, all the other sources of revenue for us become all the more important because we need to meet our budget. And the county funds is what fills that gap between the state and federal money and what we receive for donations.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
I'd like to invite you all to come down to the center for a tour, join in on a route. Go out with one of our volunteers on a home-delivered meal route, or come for lunch. Come have a caramel roll on Wednesday, something like that. I can give you a tour, and I hope to see you there.
Is there an age?
60.
60?
60 and over qualifies.
So if I,
Yeah, I will say this, since the Little Cottage closed, hands down, the best caramel rolls in town.
And they're only $1.
But you can't get any because you're not 60.
No.
I'm not
You can have a caramel roll under 60.
I don't know how old you
To
are.
qualify the meals, you have to be 60 and over. Or your spouse has to be 60 and over.
Sure. All right.
So,
Thank you. Any
Thank you.
other questions or
Mr.
comments?
Chairman.
Commissioner Wood?
You talked about your capacity. Have you got room to expand if necessary?
not where we're at. It's a challenge that we'll be looking at. Like I said, our capacity committee is coming back together. After a few meetings, we should have some ideas on what we could do.
Okay.
But we're really strapped for space.
There's a plan, though.
Yeah.
We have a plan.
So.
We're working on filling that void, so,
Okay,
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, quick, Chair.
Go ahead.
How do people get signed up for the program? If somebody that may not be part of the meal program
just-
that has a need, how do they reach out to you guys to do that?
Stop by the Agewell Center, 315 North 20th Street. Give us a call, 255-4648. Our website is agewellnd.org. There's information there.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, next is Northern Plains Heritage Foundation, 2026 Fourth of July celebration.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I
Wilcox.
visited with Mr. Bollinger from the city side of it and Mr. Agnew from our side of it, and we discussed the amount of money that they requested $40,000 to participate into the city's Fourth of July celebration. We had previously for the mural on the south side of the province, we had approved $35,000 from Bertie County. It was matched with a grant through Mr. Agnew for $35,000. And then we had 5 from the previous year and 5 from this year in community involvement. So we had $80,000 committed to that project. Well, that fell through because it got way too expensive, and we decided not to do it. Now we want to participate with City of Bismarck because we have to have something from Bertie County to celebrate the 4th of July, the birthday. So we've talked around how much do we want to. They had requested $40,000, and we've already committed 10 to the other project, community involvement. But there was mention that, well, maybe we should go to the 35 and stay with 35 and match it with 70, and we'd have way more money than they requested. But I think this morning I committed to. I said, okay, I'll bring it up to today's meeting, and I'm not going to make a motion on the $35,000, but I just want to open up for discussion. My personal feeling is I think $20,000 from the Bertie County and a matching $20,000 from the Heritage. Is it Fort Lincoln Heritage Fund? Is that it, Commissioner Botner?
Aaron Barth's group.
Northern Plains Heritage.
Northern Plains. And that would be 40 right there, and we would have the 2 5s from last year and this year's community involvement, which would make it 50. So I would like to have that discussed too. So I'd like input from the board as to which one do they want.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Commissioner Wilson.
So last meeting, we had a consensus for the 5,000 for each one and 20. There was a consensus here. We need to make it a formal motion so that they could apply for the grant, is my understanding at this point.
Mr. Chairman, they need a firm commitment from the county that because they're already starting with working with vendors for whatever, rentals and fireworks or whatever it might be. I don't know what their whole program is, but they're starting to commit to vendors, and they need to know for sure what they're going to receive from Bertie County so that they can go ahead and finish the project. So my thought is I think 20 was substantial. 20 and 20 is 40, and 2 5s, that'd be 50. That's well more than what they proposed.
Sure.
Commissioner Baca.
We'd kind of settled on 35, and I'm comfortable with that number for this year. This is the 250th. it is a fraction of what we would have wound up spending on the mural. I think if we can make it a bigger event, because this is a one-off, I'm comfortable with the 35. Is there anybody from the Northern Plains Heritage Foundation here? If there is, I'd like to hear from them. Not?
seeing any.
Okay. So I would actually make a motion that we commit 35,000 to the event.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to commit 35,000 to the event. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes.
What?
Well, I'm on the board of directors of the Northern Plains Heritage Foundation, all right?
Maybe you should abstain then.
Maybe you should match that. See, we
I don't
could-
have that, I don't have that authority.
Thank you.
Sheriff Lieben in the room? Okay, Jim.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before he comes up, he called me this morning as I was getting out of bed. He's stuck in Minneapolis at the airport, so he didn't know
on his
whether
way
he'd
back now.
make it back or not, so.
He's on his way back. I think he's taking this retirement stuff maybe a little too serious already, huh?
I told him to have a Bloody Mary right down the road from where he's at.
Evening, Commissioners, Chairman Bittner. I'm going to change the tune just a little bit. Instead of spending money, I'm actually bringing forth something here that's pretty unique. We're seeking authorization to accept a donation from the AMVETS here in Bismarck. They are looking to donate $25,000 to our department, specifically to our drone program. So I'm asking that we can accept that donation.
Second.
Motion is second to approve. Any further discussion? I was aware of that, and I want to thank AMVETS for their generosity. I had a number of conversations with people that are involved there, and they're graciously stepping up and donating to Burley County. Any other discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody at the AMVETS. I'm sure there's some members out there listening tonight, and our sincere gratefulness for that. It means a lot, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hey, County Engineer Shriak, purchase agreement for pickup. This relates to the Park Board.
Yep.
question, right? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This item here on your agenda is to authorize the proper county officials to accept the purchase agreement with Ryder Vehicle Sales for 2 used trucks and make proper payment arrangements. In the agenda, it does say pickups, but these are actually gravel hauling trucks. So I'll just kind of go through the background on this. During the development of the 2026 Highway Department budget, the Highway Department set aside $160,000 to replace 2 of our existing high-mileage gravel hauling trucks. These trucks were actually replaced in January of 2026, with the remaining trucks scheduled to be replaced in 2027 budget. Recently, it was found out that one of our remaining older gravel hauling trucks is in need of a major repair. This repair is estimated to cost similar to what the truck would be expected to sell on auction. We are proposing replacing this vehicle out of our 2026 budget instead of the original plan of 2027. After we did some shopping around, we were offered a 2-truck purchase deal with Ryder Vehicle Sales for a total purchase price of $76,648. Since the purchase of these 2 trucks would put us over the budget on our truck line item for the year, we intend to use the money saved from our previous truck purchase of approximately $50,000 and some of the money saved on our motor grader bids to cover the overage on the truck purchase. Approximately $50,000 from the previous and $26,648 to cover that overage. There is a proposed resolution in your packet. I would stand for any questions. The 2 vehicles we're getting rid of, they would be auctioned off at a later date this year. So.
Commissioner Bakken.
And those funds will roll back into the purchase price of these, or what are you foreseeing?
No, the way that we kind of budget, we have revenues and we have expenses.
Kind of a revolving account.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we don't really throw that money back into the equipment line, but it does come back into our revenue sides, so.
Okay, I was was informed on this, and I saw the documentation on it, and basically, what I thought when I read it is that there's no sense in putting $7,000 or $8,000 into a $7,000 truck.
Right.
You know, and then when they came back with the purchase thing, you're buying one truck at a really reasonable price, actually. And then the second truck is, because it's a two-truck deal, is half price. And so I thought it would be beneficial to Burley County to get that second one for half price versus, even though we don't need it today, it's certainly a good deal, Commissioner Schwab.
That's delivered, right?
That's delivered, same deal we took in January. Delivered to our door. Anything that's wrong with it, they have a 2-week warranty. And then we found just some small odds and ends on the first ones, and they wrote us a check back for it. So they've been pretty good to work with.
Approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Last thing here. Commissioner Munson, got Missouri Valley Complex Planning and Permitting Authority discussion and consideration of complex mowing quotes.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair Bittner. The city and the county have been working together for quite a while to allow Burley County to have their own zoning authority for the Missouri Valley Complex. Recently, the city and county met at their regular scheduled meeting, and we walked through the document that's in front of you. I had both Planning and Zoning and County Highway Department go through the document to make sure everything was in order. 2 items that came up during our meeting. One of them was the word concurrence, and even though personally it's not a word that I prefer in the document, in visiting with County Highway Department staff, that's the same word that is used in the document that is reverse, that the city brings the documents to Burley County to approve projects in the ETA. It's the exact same language that is in this document that would allow Burley County to have the authority in the complex. The other item I want to bring your attention is in public utilities. Currently, there is an 8-inch sewer line that runs through the complex that provides sewer coming from the east through the west to the lift station as soon as, or I shouldn't say as soon as. Currently, there's a construction project going through bringing in a new sewer line that will replace this 8-inch sewer line. The document here basically says that Burley County will assume ownership of that line with the agreement, when this agreement is signed. I struggle with it. That 8-inch line serves one piece at the complex, and that is the bathrooms at the oval racetrack. The new line is literally 30, 40 feet south of this line, and there's no reason we can't tap into the larger line at a later date. My preference would be to take this line out, that we don't want to take ownership of it, but I would like your concurrence in that. See, I used that word. I would like your concurrence in this agreement. The rest of it, it's a great agreement. It allows us to have that authority within our own complex at Missouri Valley.
Sure.
Commissioner Bakken.
Do we actually have to remove that, or does that line get capped off and we can abandon it?
I would refer to Commissioner Schwab's expertise in that.
Well, when these guys were running this sewer line, the first engineering plan that came up was Bismarck would turn that over to the county. The problem with that is, how much did anybody know how much we paid to put that in? And it's now city, and if we have a sewer plug or something like that, we don't have jetting trucks or means to maintain it. Now, the city's been using it for, I don't know how long, would you know?
No, I'm sorry.
Seems like forever. And to turn it over to us, why would we even want to accept that? It's absolutely, if that sewer isn't working, the city has to fix it. And not the county, and the city's got the equipment and the expertise. Our engineering department doesn't put in sewers.
Right.
So,
So could that be abandoned or
No,
capped and abandoned, or
no.
does
Why
it
would
have to
you
be?
abandon it?
Well, no, does it have to be removed then?
no, actually, actually, they're gonna cut it off at the manhole up on the east end. And I believe at one time they were gonna cut it off down at the, where they're coming across to that other one, it was gonna be totally abandoned. And when I saw that, I talked to Apex Engineering, and it was kind of a complicated deal, so I asked Chair Bittner to get involved in it. It would have been terrible, a terrible, terrible deal for us to take over a sewer that we can't maintain. And Chair Bittner, he helped, took 3 meetings to get it changed, to leave it as a city. The problem out there is the manholes are covered. And it's the fairground people that covered it. They need to be exposed, so if there's a problem with the sewers, they can find the manholes and use their jetting trucks. And after 3 years, I'm tired of begging the fairground to get them exposed. But that's the history on it.
See, I thought we had already resolved that question about that.
We did until it came back up
Yeah.
into this document.
Yeah.
That's why I bring it up to the board. My preference would be to accept this document minus the 8-inch sewer line moving into county ownership.
I would be okay with that.
Then I would
Because
move-
we, like he's saying, we don't.
We had this conversation.
We're asking,
Yep.
we're asking for trouble.
We don't want to own it.
No.
And as far as I know, it's still functional, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Um,
Daniel, you're here. Do you want to speak or, okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Mart. I'm the Director of Utility Operations for the City of Bismarck. So I can speak into this line a little bit. The reason that we had wrote it in there for the water and the sewer line to be turned over to the county is this is how we typically operate with private developments. They own those utilities within their infrastructure. So when you talk about maintenance of it, you're right. One thing that we've had issues with is these manholes being covered with dirt. We had a backup just last year, and it took us a day to dig out a pile of dirt to find the manhole to be able to jet it. So we are a little concerned with some of this line of what we would be able to maintain. The access road to the dirt track, you have done a great job of building up those manholes with rock around them and making them exposed to where we could get into it. This line could stay active. It is a good line. We don't have any issues with it. The reason we had the backup was when they stockpiled the dirt, it pushed our casting off and a bunch of dirt got in the manhole. So there are options of keeping this in service. We understand that you don't have the means to jet the line. We could work out a part of the agreement that the city would put this on our rotation to jet the line and televise the line for you if you want to have ownership of it.
Well, thanks. My personal preference is not on the line because it's just not our wheelhouse. We're not,
Right.
we're just not in that.
We didn't put it in, so
Right.
it's hard to take ownership of something you
Yeah.
didn't put in the first place.
Right. So if it's not a deal breaker, I would just as soon see that out of it.
Right.
You know, and we can still cooperate. And, any issues with that?
No, if we're going to own the line, we may just need to talk about what portion of that we keep in service. Again, there's manholes that go through the dirt track that those are very hard to get to in the wintertime. if you're keeping those. I don't know what your development's gonna look like, so part of it can look to see what portions of this we do keep. So that's something that we can work out. Stuff along the dirt road, great job, it's accessible, it's plowed, that's where we don't have issues.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to work along with the county on it. 'Cause,
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve this agreement minus the county taking ownership of the water and sewer lines.
Second.
Motion is second to approve with that change. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Munson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bakken,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab,
No,
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes. Why the no? Wait a minute. Commissioner.
He didn't hear you.
Commissioner Schwab,
yes,
you didn't want the agreement or didn't agree
no,
with it?
not until it's done. It's what they
Oh, I
call
see.
trust
Oh, okay.
and verify.
All right, I'm just clarifying. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is consideration of Missouri Valley Complex mowing quotes. I apologize, but you're gonna have to go all the way back to the park board to see the bidding process. Again, we had three local agents bid the mowing of the Missouri Valley Complex. I would move to accept the low bid from Elite Lawn Care of a monthly fee of $3,900.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Bakken,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwab,
Yes?
Commissioner Woodcox.
Yes.
Commissioner Munson.
Yes.
Chairman Bittner.
Yes, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, if I could have one more
Go for it.
comment. You see this in front of you because we really don't have a purchasing policy in place yet. This is stuff that is within the budget. However, as a commissioner, we don't have authorities yet to authorize these purchases. So it's in front of you more is because it's the right thing to do. But mostly it's a reminder for us that we need to start working on that purchasing guideline, procedures, policies, so that we don't have to have some of these small items come in front of the commission.
Yeah, that's the goal with the, adding this consultant for the, that's theoretically gonna be a part of that, so. And I did sign that contract here, just a little bit ago. So that's all gonna happen. Anything else before we get into this public hearing? Any other business? Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna have a public hearing on an off-highway vehicle ordinance and resolution. I guess I'm not familiar if we need to read anything in particular, State's Attorney. Read.
You wouldn't need to at this time because this couldn't be the second reading. The publications for the resolution and the ordinance were published in the paper on March 6th and March 13th. So before the second reading can be had and any action taken on it, it has to be the next meeting after 20 days since the last publication. 20 days after the last publication would be April 2nd. So the second reading should be at the April 6th meeting. So this would just be public input to determine, how you're going to go forward at the April 6th meeting.
Okay, thank you. I had requested a little bit of information for clarification from the sheriff's department on the cost of enforcement. I think there were some questions about the cost of enforcement action. And it's not working. Okay, we got a technical issue right here, all of a sudden.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Should we bring it up now, or?
Yeah, I think. Public hearing.
Okay, well,
Go ahead.
can I bring it up?
Yeah.
On page 25 of our packet, page 2 of the agreement, or of the ordinance, halfway down, it says that Number 3, it says, an individual may not operate an OHV on the shoulder, bottom, ditch, or slope of any road, street, or highway. That takes care of our problem right there. This is going to be a ban on doing anything? Is that where we're looking at? Did you read it?
I was trying to get.
Number 3, section 4, number 3, it says, an individual may not operate an OHV on the shoulder, bottom of ditch, or slope of any road, street, or highway. That takes care of everything, doesn't it?
That's
Pretty much,
that's
yeah.
the proposed ordinance, yep.
Well, I know it's proposed, but I don't like it. And, what's left?
Nothing.
The road.
So this is a ban on, this ordinance would be a ban on anybody using the ditches.
At this
right?
point, yeah.
Okay.
And keep in mind that, that information that we have in here that's highlighted in yellow, that simply was added from the city ordinance. It had nothing to do with us creating it or whatever. We made some changes based on where they talked about city streets and we talk about county
Well-
roads and that sort of thing. But this was language essentially that was,
My
for
point
the
is,
most part,
if we pass, why are we doing all this public hearings and arguing? If we pass that one sentence, that takes care of the whole problem. They can't do anything.
That's why we're having the public hearing, is to hear from the
But why
public.
do we have a public hearing on that? Just that, never mind. I know we're gonna get a chance to speak, and that's not my point. But
okay.
the point is, why do they have that in there? When we got all the other, all the rest of the ordinance is how we can do it, how they can, how they can't, enforcement and all that stuff. But if we pass this as it is,
Well, I guess that's a good point, Commissioner. Referring back to the information on costs, per our conversation, enforcement would cost about $500 per day. That would be 2 deputies on overtime for 4 hours on a day. We would put one on an ATV and one in a car, working as a team. Tony Hillig from North Dakota Parks and Recs has committed to reimbursing up to $10,000 per year, which would be about 20 shifts. So to be effective, we would need to run operations 3 to 4 shifts minimum per week on a consistent basis. If we added a deputy, that would cost around $90,000 a year, and that deputy could team up with someone like our school resource officer in the summer. He says he thinks we can have success, but there will be a cost, and hope that helps. So the state of North Dakota was offering up to $10,000 per year, possibly, and it would be about 20 shifts, which is,
Not enough.
well, it's a couple weeks or, a month or something of some enforcement. Yeah.
Stings more than anything else.
Yeah. And then obviously in your packet, Dan, you want to add anything on the, on what you put together for the costs of repair? Or what your team put together?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just if you have any questions about how we came up with the number or if there's any sort of clarification, it was kind of a 1,000-foot overhead view of what was going on and what our operators and things had observed out there. So we had Greg, our GIS coordinator, put together that map, kind of documenting the areas that they saw out in the field, and just they came up with about 40 miles. That's just one-sided of areas where they observed some sort of a ditch damage. So,
For clarification, that's only on one side. Even
Correct.
if there was damage on the other side.
Correct.
You didn't include that?
that's correct. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Woodcutt?
would we have to add any additional employees to carry this out?
if we were going to use the highway department, I would have to pull a crew from somewhere, whether that's my paving crew or my graveling crew or my culvert crew or something.
Or add a crew just to do this?
Or I would have to add, full-time employees that would be working on fixing this, or we'd have to contract it out. The prices that I gave in here was based off contractor pricing, just assuming that we wouldn't be able to pull from our crews fully to start working on this right away.
while we're on that subject, just so that everybody understands, he said about 40 miles, and we know it'll be higher than that because there's more damage on that. And then the price we have in here is $42,165.76 per mile for repair.
Per mile.
Per mile.
Yeah.
And so that adds up to almost 1.7 million to repair what's out there roughly, and that doesn't include the pavement repairs, any gravel repairs, any culvert issues or anything like that. And as long as I'm on that subject, I think everybody knows by now that the company I own actually does that sort of work for North Dakota Parks and Recs, and I think that you based your numbers probably on big machinery and big stuff that goes on with highway construction, and I do believe that that number is significantly low. Okay. Commissioner Bakken.
Dan, is there any different methodology for some of these areas? Because it's like, we all know that if you go back and just put dirt in, it's going to get rutted out again. Is there any different materials that could be looked at, or different sorts of remediation that would be beneficial? I know Glen Ellen, I think, had looked at or had done some crushed brick, and they had some good results with that. Is there any different materials that would go into this, rather than, if we put it back the way it was, it's just going to get ripped up again?
Do you want to ask that of a trail contractor? I know one.
Whoever's got the answer.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead and take a run at it.
Commissioner Bakken, I think at that point you'd almost be creating a trail system where you're going to have some sort of a granular base, it sounds like, or some sort of a material. If you're putting this back solely for grass to a grass surface, you're
Water
looking
conveyance, yeah.
and water conveyance, you're looking at topsoil and seeding. It's really the only solution. So.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Munson.
Dan, you and I spoke late last week. We found out that the county highway department has actually been getting money from the state, from the sale and the registration of OHVs. From the numbers I put together over the last 25 years, Burley County has received about $1.6 million. Where have we used that money?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Munson, to the best of my knowledge, that's come through our gas tax formula, and I was actually unaware that we were even getting that money.
I know that. I wasn't, but yeah, we were receiving money, have been receiving the money for well over 25 years, and nobody told us we were receiving money from that revenue source. But we have been receiving it, and the townships have been also getting some of that money.
Yeah, and we don't actually know the gas tax formula. The distribution is based on what the state comes up with, and then they distribute the funds to townships, counties, cities, et cetera.
There's also a registration fee that.
The vehicle excise tax,
Yep, that comes
and
to
that's
us as well.
part of that equation, and
Right.
I don't know that equation. So.
It's on the state website where I found it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dan.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Woodcock.
since we're on repairing these ditches, I did happen to visit with our sheriff last week, and I said, well, why don't we use some prisoners out at jail that are trustees and get a working crew of 10 or 15 or 20, whatever. And he said, well, we'd have to have supervision and have to be deputies there. And I said, yeah, there'd be a cost to that. But I think we should at least look into it. And if he says, no, we can't do it, I would say, fine. But is that something we should be looking into? They could be repairing these trails or these ruts all summer long. And I know the prisoners like to get out of jail, so to speak. So I know there's a county in South Dakota. Is that what you said? Yep. We're both on the same committee. And you refer that to. I don't know anything about it, but
I don't remember the name of the county, but.
That's doing that, right?
Yep.
So that's a possibility, but I wouldn't mind looking further into it.
Sure.
Commissioner Bach.
So from extending what the state's willing to do from an enforcement, I wonder if the state would be willing to spend that money on some of the repairs or maintenance of that, which then those dollars could go towards the increased cost that we would have for managing a work crew, if that's an opportunity. That would probably extend those dollars a little bit further than just 20 trips out to check and try to do enforcement.
Yeah. That would be a question for North Dakota Parks and Recs.
Yeah.
Then, is Tony here by any chance?
There you go.
Hey. Not to put you on the spot, but hey. Welcome. I have a question for you, though, before you start. You know, we built a play area out at the Missouri Valley Complex. You're aware of that. And we have some trails and we had a loading ramp and unloading and all that. Do you know who would anybody talk to about the school land across the highway from there?
Commissioner Bittner, Commissioners, Chairman Bittner, Commissioners, Tony Hillig, North Dakota Parks and Recreation Department. That would be the school's trust lands folks, but I could put you in connection with their director.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Yep. Commissioner Bakken, yeah, so we have a grant program that's funded through the trails tax dollars that we collect. So North Dakota Parks and Rec, we have several responsibilities along with the off-highway vehicle program as it pertains to our agency and then supporting some of our good partners. These include our safety education, support through that law enforcement grant, and then promoting responsible OHV recreation across the state, including trail development supported through our recreational trails program grant. So that recreational trails program grant is probably the money that's available through a grant process to address those. But again, it has to be then dedicated as a trail. So that's kind of that loophole, has to be that trail. And so we are, again, we're committed to that off-highway vehicle law enforcement grant that Burley County applied for and has been approved for those enforcement dollars. How the county uses those from that enforcement perspective is up to the county and the sheriff's department.
Commissioner Bachman?
Tony, for me, the simplest solution is just figure out how to get the trail system done in here where we have the issues. I don't like over legislating and I don't like throwing a blanket over when we got a little problem right here, but across the rest of the county. Has there been some conversations, or what would that look like for doing that little trail section? And I know there's been conversations about what the bigger picture looks like with the trail system, either along 83 or 85, connectivity from North Dakota into South Dakota. I mean, I know that's been on the agenda for a long time. Has there been any conversations for that bigger picture with South Dakota? But I guess that's a little bit bigger question, but as far as the ability just to get that trail established so that we're not ripping up the areas that are being damaged, has there been some conversations about what that would look like?
Commissioner Bakken, there has been several conversations with that, and again, the department and the governor's focus is on access to that outdoor recreation. So that would be supported by the state to increase that access to the outdoor recreation. Again, the Recreational Trails Program grant is a wonderful tool to get that started.
Who initiates that?
It'd have to be a nonprofit or a municipality that does that. Luckily, my division and my team actually run that Recreational Trails Program grant, which opens up on the 1st of April for an application, very simple process. And so I'd be willing to sit down with anybody that you appoint, or a nonprofit, or somebody from the county, and work through that grant process with them. That also enables me to bring in more support, right? So when it's dedicated as a trail, then it kind of, I can't go out and police right-of-ways. I can't go out and support maintenance in right-of-ways. I can offer some of those support when it's a recreational trail.
So what's the timeline on establishing a trail from proposal grant through, I granted it's, what's the length of that trail look like, but what's the process and what's the timeline on a process like that?
So the application, I'll just run through just a typical application cycle. It would be a 1 April application. We usually make those notifications in May or June, depending on, we have a volunteer board that reviews those applications and makes those recommendations to our director for approval. That funding source comes from the fiscal year 27 federal highway tax dollars for the recreational trails program grant. We typically see those at the beginning of the next federal fiscal year, which would be, early winter, late winter, early spring. So late winter of 26, early spring of 2027 for those dollars to come in.
And then what's a construction timeline on a project
2
like
years.
that? 2 years? Okay.
Okay, anybody got any more questions for Tony?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Munson?
Tony, I just want to thank you for the grant dollars to help our sheriff's department bring additional enforcement out to our roads. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And again, Commissioner Munson, they've been wonderful partners from our safety program aspect as well. So they actually come down and help. It's empowering to have a law enforcement professional there to tell you the rules versus an old Cub Scout like me that is telling you the rules versus the safety stuff. So it's empowering to have them there. They've been great partners with our safety course instruction as well.
Super. Thanks, Tony. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll open up a public hearing. I guess if you wish to speak on this item, you come up here to the microphone. We're going to ask you to kind of keep it brief. Obviously, we want to hear from you. You heard the process. You identify yourself and hopefully sign in on the sheet, and we'll hear from you. Who wants to speak?
So this right here is my main issue with this ban. Go over here, guys.
What's the name, sir?
I'll give it to you 1 second here. My name is Nathan Jensen. This right here is Canute. This right here is Danny, Hayden, and Hallie. All 4 of these kids right here live in Burley County and live for riding in the ditch. We don't have parks. We don't have pools. We're not Bismarck. We live in the county, and we absolutely love riding in the ditches. Do you guys enjoy it?
Yeah.
We don't wake up and go to the park. We wake up, start the UTV up, and we go for a ride. We spent 4 hours today cruising the ditches, and guess what? We did 0 damage. These 4 kids, this guy right here especially, spent all last summer saving up for a dirt bike. This year, he can legally get his permit when he's 12 to legally ride in the ditch. This right here is why I am 100% against the ban. You want to 100% ban it. I understand there's issues. I understand we've got issues. But a 100% ban, this right here, is why we can't have a 100% ban. Like, were any of you guys raised in the county?
Mm-hmm.
I was born in the city. I would have traded anything to be raised like these 4 kids with the right to enjoy the ditch, enjoy the outdoors, and put the phones down. You guys want to ban what these kids fight for? That is what is really irritating me is we raise them in the county. These kids work harder than any damn kid in the city. These kids do yard work, they save their money, they buy their toys so they can ride them in the ditch. Do they ride through the mud? Do they tear up yards? No. I raised them to respect ditches. You guys have anything you want to say? They're very, very camera shy. Off the microphone, they have plenty to say. But to 100% ban any riding in the ditch is going against the young kids of our generation. I could go on for hours. But to 100% ban this is outrageous. I understand certain townships have issues. Certain areas are issues. Worry about that. Don't worry about where these young kids are growing up in our little communities, our backcountry roads. Worry about the main roads, the main ditches, where people are tearing shit up and ruining stuff. But if you want to take the right away from the 95% of good riders, that's where our problem's at. That's where the issue's at. I understand there's 5% who are tearing shit up, who are.
Hey, I'm gonna have to ask you to watch your mouth, okay?
Sorry. But yeah, that's my piece. I brought these 4 tonight to bring that up. It's just the 95%, here's a good 4 of them. They respect the ditch. They've earned their right to ride in the ditch. And to completely ban it is outrageous. Outrageous.
Good, thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Anytime. Have a great night.
That was pretty good that day. Pretty good, yeah. He's the lucky one. Next, anybody else? Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Jeff Sattler. I'm a current resident of Burleigh County. I too have 3 children at home. One of them just recently passed their North Dakota Parks and Rec test and is a official 13-year-old who can ride a 4-wheeler. I have an 11-year-old who turns 12 in a month, and she's excited to take the test. And my 9-year-old, he would already take the test if we would let him and gladly go ride, but he knows he's not of age yet. But I'm here tonight to speak against both the resolution 00-2026-01 and the ordinance 26-01. I don't like the resolution because there's no timeline, and I know once something like that passes and there's no traffic, it's a lot easier to push a ban or a stop on OHV use in the right-of-ways. We already have an ordinance for OHV and ATV and 4-wheeler and any use in the ditches that was passed, I believe, in 22, 23 timeframe. And I think Burleigh County needs to do a better job of enforcing that and trying to find the problem makers. At the last 2 hearings on this issue, we had multiple complaints about safety. Accidents happen every day, no matter what you're doing, whether you're walking, biking, driving, flying, mowing your yard. It's a risk that we all take and choose to take every single day in every aspect of our lives. One very unsafe thing that the county has chosen not to enforce over the years is their current road approach uses. I don't know how to share this picture. But everybody who takes out a road approach in Burleigh County receives that on page 2 of their road approach permit, which says you have to maintain a 4-to-1 slope, no vertical retaining walls, no rocks over 6 inches, things like that. So if a vehicle veers off the road and hits the approach, you don't come to a sudden stop. There's countless approaches around the county that do not abide by this, just for one of the safety things. And then if it's not safe for me to operate a recreational vehicle in the ditch, I don't know how it's safe for you to mow your ditch or ride a horse in the ditch or walk in the ditch or bike in the ditch. Some of the pictures that have been shown over the last couple meetings are not from OHV and ATVs. That picture was used. That is a vehicle track mark that somebody veered into the ditch. I don't know if this ban would stop all vehicle traffic from happening in a ditch, or then what would stop me from buying a pre-runner off-road vehicle and choosing to operate that in the ditch if a vehicle is not illegal to operate in the ditch. This low spot that has been pushed around quite a bit, I fully agree that the ruts and the turning the grass into mud was caused by ATVs and recreational use, but the reason that spot stays muddy is because there's a pothole in the ditch or a depression and an ATV doesn't cause a non-draining ditch. I agree that the ruts will hold water and things like that, but damage done was made worse by ATVs, but the reason it happened is there's a pothole in the ditch. And then, you know, this was, I believe last week, I saw a picture on the internet that was posted of, I don't know if that's just a random resident that decided to drive in the ditch along Highway 10, or if that was done by a utility worker doing something, but I don't know how that didn't create a lot of ruts and damage in the ditch. And then I would like to put this picture that I printed off today at 3:30 of the poll by the Bismarck Tribune on their website of everybody who voted, how 10.3% strongly support the ban and 82.1 strongly oppose the ban. And if that large of a difference in the residents in Burley County, how we're still talking about this and possibly banning the use of ATVs and OTVs. And other than that, I won't go down some of my other points that I wrote to keep it short.
Okay, thanks. Anybody got any questions for Jeff? Thank you. Yeah. Well,
I appreciate their enthusiasm,
yeah,
but not after everything.
right. Okay, we're going to ask you to refrain from the clapping and those sort of things. Okay. We expect that everybody here is adult enough to have proper decorum. Okay. So, next.
Name's Colton Reese. I was here a couple meetings ago. I just had a question. It was mentioned 40 miles of ditch damage. What is the criteria for a ditch to be damaged?
Dan, you want to weigh in on that at all?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we went off of what our operators observed, so any sort of wheel pathing in the ditch is what we used as our criteria. So,
Thanks.
So I take that as maybe 35 miles of ditches that have been ridden for years and years and years with no complaints from landowners, neighbors, residents. So I'm curious to what damage sections of ditches, mileage-wise, are the actual problem areas. I think that would be something to think about. So that's my only question or input at the,
Thanks,
at
Colton.
the current
That's
time.
actually the reason why we asked the Highway Department to put that together, because they're the guys that build that stuff. You know, they build the ditches and the roads and the whole thing. So we basically took for granted that they would recognize damage as for what it is. And with respect to your comment about with no complaints, I think we've been dealing with this particular issue for a long time. Probably longer than you'd want to know.
But I think to consider damage, there's criteria that should be made public, you know, how you are rating the section or areas. I think just throwing 40 miles out and not saying, you know, what criteria it's falling under, what kind of damage, cause of damage, you know, I don't think that's right. Like I said, there's.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
we're like I say, we're relying on the professionals, but go ahead.
Okay. Colton, I asked the same question of the county staff, and quite honestly, for the short amount of time that they had to create a report, they couldn't create it detailed enough to where this quarter mile needed this repair, this quarter mile needed more repair. That, please give us some time, but they only had 2 weeks to really get that work done, and they did an amazing job to give us an idea of where the trouble spots are. Now we have to go back through and do a much more detailed review of all of that. And I hand the highway department a great deal of thanks, because in a short amount of time, they were able to at least give us this much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Lanny Kenner, resident of Burley County. You know, there really doesn't need to be a total ban, in my opinion, but there needs to be enforcement of the small percentage that's screwing things up for everybody else. You know, HB 1346 was designed to give the law enforcement more teeth to do something, and they still don't seem to be doing it. So I'm really not for a total ban, but I am for more law enforcement. I mean, my wife had to hit her brakes on Moonstone Lane. Somebody jumped over the road, you know. Either she would have hit him or they would have hit her, you know, and somebody's going to get hurt or killed, you know. So that's what I'm worried about, you know.
Okay.
And you don't really want to take people's rights away totally. You know, I mean, just take the bad apples, get rid of them. Not rid of them, but well, fine them. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Lane.
Good evening. My name is Scott Simnich. I'm a resident of Burley County, and I'm deeply affected by what we're talking about tonight. I've got 1,200 feet of frontage on 52nd Street, just north of 43rd, and we get, especially when the weather gets better, a lot of traffic. I've lived at that residence since the fall of 2018, and it went for when I moved in at the time, and I mowed that ditch on a very regular basis, where before it used to be just grass impressions, to now I've got real ruts. Now, by what you hear me saying, you'd think I'd be for the ban. I'm not for a ban, okay? Again, the ditches are, I think we have horses. I want to see the same kind of access for the proper use of motor vehicles as I do my horses, okay? But there is that small percentage that is ruining this and really making this an issue. All right, we basically, when I have 3 straightaways basically, and you can hear some of them kids, and I'm sorry, not just kids, sometimes it's young adults, sometimes it's adults, gun that engine to get up some speed on them stretches. And they hit our approaches, and for about 300 of that 1,200 feet, that actually comes into my lawn. They're avoiding the ditch completely, so it's tearing up my property. So I would like to see, like the gentleman said before, enforcement. I applaud Mr. Jensen, who came up earlier with his children. He's doing the right thing. Not everybody's doing the right thing. And some folks are abusing it. And when it comes to a safety issue, again, sometimes I'm going to saddle up my horse and get on a horse, and somebody guns it through there, they jump, you know. And I've got pretty desensitized horses, and they still do that. So I would, like I said, I don't support a ban, but we have to do better, either through education, training, enforcement, or whatever. So yeah, we got to clean up some bad apples and make this better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
John Schmidt, Burley County resident. Here's a couple things is, I'm against a ban, but part of this problem is you've went 35 years with ignoring any fixes whatsoever, but you're more than willing to go get grants for more enforcement. That's just another bill for us in the long run. Why don't we establish a trail system and then Parks and Rec? Now you can go for grants to help fix this. That trail that everybody's been using, where the grass has gone in the ditch, that took what, 10, 15 years to happen. And the 40 miles that's wrecked, how many miles of ditch are in Burley County? What percentage is that?
Does anybody know? And you want to come out with 40 miles? Well, how many miles of ditch aren't wrecked? And in 35 years, don't you think you're going to get 40 miles? If we spend the money to fix, and right away, it'll take time because we're so far behind right now, but you got to catch up on fixing the ditches. You do that, a lot of these people won't have an issue. That's just my thought on it. Instead of going and making more bills for us, establish some trails so we got a tool to fix them. Thank you.
You're welcome, thanks. Next. Thank you. Oh, man. Like, yeah.
Commissioner Bittner, members of the Burleigh County. My name is Annette Beam Caldwell. You've heard from me before. My husband Dusty and I own and operate Open Road Honda in Mandan. We are residents of Burleigh County and ride OHVs. My husband actually rides an on-road, off-road motorcycle. I'm going to provide some factual information. Actually, this gentleman spurned me to get up about this controversy. OHV users contribute directly to county and township funds. And this is a little bit tough to read. What I just pointed there, sales and motor vehicle tax. Each OHV, dirt bike, ATV, side-by-side, pays a 5% motor vehicle tax, which goes to the state. If you follow the arrows, that state fund goes through the county aid distribution and the state aid distribution fund, which both goes to the county. Motor vehicle registrations pay $5 every 2 years. And they also use gasoline, which has gasoline tax. Those funds flow through to the highway tax distribution fund, which goes directly to the counties and the townships. We have been in business for 25 years and have collected those funds for 25 years. Our numbers alone are in millions of dollars of what we have remitted to the state of North Dakota on behalf of OHV riders. The scope of the right-of-way that the gentleman asked, according to the website, Burleigh County has 1,484 miles of county right-of-way. The 39.43 miles of right-of-way that need require repair represent 2.6 of the total right-of-way miles. I'm not arguing that repairs need to take place, but in a perspective of the entirety of Burleigh County, it's very small. There were approximately 4,688 registered OHVs in Burleigh County. And again, I'm reminding you, we think OHVs, I think everyone's jumping to side-by-sides. That's dirt bikes, even little dirt bikes, ATVs and side-by-sides. In 2025, there were approximately 36 verified complaints about OHV activity. So when viewed proportionally, that means complaints are less than 1% of registered OHV users. Like a few thousand, like they've said before, it's a few bad apples that we can find. OHV riding in ditches and right-of-ways did not begin recently, as they've said before. Some of these trails have been here since the very first dirt bike was sold in Burleigh County. There are collaborative solutions that can be used, but the most effective solutions come when they come through collaboration, not prohibiting behavior. We can address concerns related to the right-of-way using participation from multiple stakeholders, including the government county, state agencies, property owners, law enforcement, the power sports industry, and the OHV riders and enthusiasts who are in this room. Each of these groups brings a value perspective and practical experience that can contribute to balanced, workable solutions that provide safety, protect property, and preserve responsible recreation. Any questions regarding the facts and numbers that I shared?
Commissioners, any questions?
Oh, it's It's on the legislative website, you just got to know where to look. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Annette. Next.
Burley County resident, Kelvin Aberly. Kelvin Aberly. I got a lot of points on here, but a lot of people had said already, but thanks for the opportunity of speaking. I'm a member of the Snowmobile Club, and we're concerned that the broad limits on the off-road vehicle could unintentionally affect our ability to create, maintain, and connect snowmobile trails. Our access sometimes depends on county right-of-ways and crossings, and restrictions could make this harder for us to maintain these routes. Our club actively supports community through more than just recreation. We contribute to programs such as Community Emergency Response Team, which it's been used a few times already in the past. We also provide donations and fundraising support for rural fire departments, rural ambulances that you guys also use. If these trails are restricted, this could limit our ability to continue providing these services. A broad restriction could affect not just a few riders, but also responsible riders, volunteers, community organizations who bring value to the county. I respectfully ask the Commission to consider balance, practical solutions that address the problem behaviors without discouraging responsible recreation or community involvement. Thanks for the time and consideration.
Good, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kay Laco. I was not going to speak tonight, but I feel compelled. I believe most, if not all of you sitting at the commission table have a general idea where I live. If you do not, I live on 66th Street Southeast, just south of the railroad tracks, 2 miles north of Lincoln. It has always been a main corridor of OHV travel. We, as property owners along that corridor, have had ditch land that we hay and that we use for our livestock and my horses damaged. We have had thousands of dollars in damage to our approaches where people have jumped them. We have had countless OHVs and snowmobiles come onto our private property beyond fence lines, beyond no trespassing signs, and I personally, don't tell the Burley County Sheriff's Department, have chased down several of those violators myself. That said, I am an avid off-highway vehicle supporter. I personally own a side-by-side, a four-wheeler. My child gained his chops on his dirt bike, his four-wheeler, and now his side-by-side, riding the ditches of Burley County. I do not believe that a ban is the right step forward. I believe that the word moratorium is one of the worst words that a governing body can use because it stops conversation. It stops relationship building and it stops collaboration. I want to also debunk a couple of myths that I see perpetuated on social media and I've heard at this very podium. Some of the properties in the county that are being damaged are indeed private property. The ditches are not a blanket ownership of the county. I will give, again, my case as an example. Up until 8 years ago, our land was not platted. Therefore, we owned the private property to the center line of the highway. As soon as we went forward and had to do a subdivision in order to split the land, at that point then, that land was dedicated easement to the county. Up prior to then, we were responsible for those ditches, the very same ditches we rode in. So as you are riding in the county, you have no idea, unless you have contacted Burleigh County, whether or not those are private property or just right of way. And Casey, correct me if I said that wrong. The second thing is, I would love to hear, and Commissioner Munson, I totally respect the comments made for the Highway Department and their quick turnaround, but I think we do need to define what it is that damage is and rank that. Because as people have spoke before me, some of these trails, 1.5 miles south of my house, I can't even go over with our Polaris side-by-side because they're so deep. And finally, I urge every single person in this room to be part of the solution. I see far too often comments on social media or had in private conversations of, well, we're just gonna go out there and we'll show them and we're gonna ride and we're gonna rip this stuff up. That does absolutely nothing to help anybody at this table or in this audience. We have to be better to each other. We simply must be better. But a moratorium is not the answer. I would stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Kay? Thanks. Next.
Travis Jensen, Burleigh County resident. I guess what I want to hit on tonight is I appreciate the information in regards to what it will take to enforce the current laws and this proposed ordinance. But this will be the second time that I have asked you guys about beyond the enforcement comes the state's attorney's office. We again heard at this meeting for, I've lost count, guys, how overwhelmed our state's attorney's office is. And again, I'm going to reiterate for the record that our state's attorney's office, county state's attorney's office, does not handle all of our cases. We are currently contracting, I believe, with 2 outside law firms because we are shorthanded. And as you guys said, Julie's office is doing everything they can to keep up. So now with the amount of complaints that are going to come in if this is passed, how is Julie's office going to prosecute? Because yeah, we can sell the public on, well, it's going to be education. Our law enforcement will stop, they'll make contact, and they'll try to educate first. But at some point, guys, the people that have brought this forth are not going to be happy with just educating. They are going to want consequences. And with consequences, you guys now involve our county state's attorney's office. So what I would like to hear is, we have heard what it will take to fund the sheriff's department. I would like to hear numbers in regards to what this will take and what the added workload will be to our county state's attorney's office. To keep it short and brief, I would also like to touch on the Facebook post that the county made in regards to this open, or this meeting tonight in regards to the public hearing. I feel there was a little bias exercised in that post. There was some pictures that have previously been shared repetitively at the county commission meeting, township meetings, and they were plastered on the post, which doesn't typically seem like a routine thing that we do when we post public hearings, job openings, etc. I feel there was a little bias inserted in there. I think a lot of people in this room feel like overall, and I think you guys can agree, our county looks good. Ditches look good. Overall, most of the residents, most of the property looks good. This is a small fraction of our county. So to post that as if this is a county-wide issue, seems like some bias was inserted. So I would ask moving forward, the whole point of these public hearings is to have you guys hear the public and kind of go at it with an open mind and hear what the people want. So moving forward, I would ask that both sides be represented on those posts versus making it sound like it's a county-wide issue with those pictures. Thank you.
Next. Commissioner Bakken.
Granted, you probably don't have an answer, Julie, but have you given any consideration what enforcement of the proposed ordinance would look like when it comes working with the sheriff's department, and what that would do to your office?
So it looks like the proposed penalty would, oh, thank you. It looks like the proposed penalty would be basically a fine, so like a traffic ticket. And so the way those are processed is those go to the court without going through our office first. And then if someone contests it, then our office gets involved, and then we would have somebody attend the hearing. We'd have to call a witness. And go about doing it that way. So it just would depend on how many citations are issued. We do have somebody that's designated to go up during the traffic hearing time regardless. So I can't really tell you what the impact would be until we see what the enforcement would be.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is John Schaffner. I too live on 52nd Street Northeast, just south of 71st Avenue. And been a lot of great discussion on different aspects of this. Damage is one thing, but it is a safety issue. On several occasions, our house is about 200 feet off of 52nd Street. On several occasions, we have seen kids jump our approach with a dirt bike, and then there they lay in the ditch, can't get up for 10 or 20 minutes. We run over there. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. And then their buddies call somebody with a pickup. They come and they throw the dirt bike on and they're all gone. So it's a safety issue. This past summer, I was mowing my ditch. I have a mature row of evergreen trees running along my property parallel with the ditch. I mowed my ditch with my riding lawnmower heading north. I take a slight left turn, kind of past the evergreen trees, mowing part of my yard, and then I'm just ready to turn right and go back out to my ditch and continue mowing because I like to keep it nice. And just before I turn, a dirt bike come blowing by me. Had I turned a half a second sooner, I'm pretty sure he'd have went right over top of me. And every time I leave my yard, I hold my breath as I'm coming out to what if today's the day where they come flying over here with a dirt bike and hit the side of my car, where my grandkids are in that car or whether I'm in there. It's a safety issue. It's not just damage. And that's all I got to say. I don't know that a ban is the answer. I think some lessons in respect for people's property, I think, would be the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Geiger, and I'm going to be the 2% of the minority vote here tonight, or voice. I own property north of Bismarck up by the Capital City Gun Club, and we have the same situation that the young lady had earlier, where we own to the center of the road. It's not county property. I believe everybody has the right to buy an ATV, to own them, ride them, whatever. But it's disrespectful when you're riding on private property, which mine is. I'm sorry, I have a really bad cold. But when I'm going to relay this a little off to the left. When you're hunting, I grew up on the property. My folks bought it back in 1972. We never had problems with ATVs until about the last 5 years. But when you're hunting, you ask permission from that landowner if you can go on their property and hunt. How many ATV owners go to the property owners and ask if they can ride their vehicles? None. So nobody's ever asked me. They tear up my fences, they tear up my culvert, so on and so forth, and that's money out of my pocket. The solution is give them a place to ride someplace else, not mine. Maybe they can do like the snowmobile clubs. They can all get together and have ATV clubs, pool your money together, go buy 40 acres and ride out there. I don't know, have a specific answer, but nobody here that owns a house would want me driving my truck or an ATV on their lawn. The other aspect that wasn't brought up is the noise pollution. You hear these things a half a mile away at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock at night, and it sounds like a bunch of bees buzzing around your head. So with that, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name's Luke Langenfelder. I'm a resident of Burley County. I live up north of Bismarck. My question is, where else do we have to go? I mean, I've heard people say that there's Burley County property out by the motocross track that people can use. What areas are open right now where, if this moratorium happens, that kids can load up their bikes or side-by-sides and go and use? I used to be able to run from South 12th Street all the way out past McLean Bottoms, go camping and fishing. There was trails all the way out there. All of that's been shut down. What's open publicly for me to go use, kids to go use as an option?
Well, I think we've talked about in previous meetings that we created an area out at the Missouri Valley Complex. And I think I was also real clear that it's probably not a good idea to try to go ride there now because they're doing a big sewer line project.
Yeah.
And it's kind of going right through there. So that's, that was one of the biggest areas that we had available.
When
That
that,
was
how long is
large.
that sewer line project going to last?
I don't know.
So it'll be for the rest of the summer. So right now, besides like going down to the desert, that's the only other place publicly that kids can go legally if this is shut down. All right. There's lots of questions to be answered here. I just feel like shutting everything down for these kids, and especially countywide, is just crazy. I don't even know what to say. There has to be other solutions. We have law enforcement that's out there right now that are getting paid to watch. Why can't, I see sheriffs all the time when I'm out on my motorcycle or side by side. Why can't they just pull over kids, do whatever without all this extra cost? They're out there enforcing the laws anyway. You guys have a good night.
Next.
Hello, my name is Dale Berger, Burley County resident. One thing I haven't heard is the effect that the farmers, ranchers, anybody like that is going to have if we do this ban. Somebody working in their field needs to run to town for a part, anything like that.
Yeah, I can answer that one for you.
Okay.
There's a clause in there that exempts, those kind of activities from that.
Okay.
Primarily because we know for a fact that nowadays not too many people use horses to chase cows anymore. Most of them are using ATVs and side-by-sides and stuff like that. And a lot of us that live out there use them for weed spraying and, plowing and doing all kinds of things. So there's a clause in there that will have no effect on that.
Okay. And then as far as, I guess the general consensus of everybody is the actions of few are hurting the masses. when it comes down to it. We're in next 83, block off 83. So the State Snowmobile Trail, the other trails, I see people using them all the time, the kids, even going through the development, main road into our development runs right in front of my house. So there's constantly traffic back and forth. And ultimately what it comes down to is, you know, teaching the kids or whoever is doing it to respect other people's property. And like you touched on before, private property, the hunting aspect, if it is posted, go ask, get permission, you know, take responsibility, be responsible for yourself, and teach the kids this is what needs to be done, instead of punishing the masses by doing this. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Hold your applause. I already signed up. I'm glad you said that because there won't be any probably when I'm done. But so I'm just gonna make some statements here. Right out of the chute, it didn't sit well with me. Right out of the chute, because you got to be kidding me. They went out riding these wet, soggy ditches today. Are you serious? There's a problem right there. No matter what we do right off the bat, we need to have, while we're coming up with there's no solutions that I've heard from anyone today, and that's what's missing. What we hear is that OHVs have a right, I'm in the county, have a right, don't take my right away. Well, what about the safety aspect of all of us who are egressing, ingressing, and like me in the last several years, nearly T-boning a dirt bike on 71st Avenue as he was racing home after sunset? And the gentleman that talked about on 52nd Street, what about the rights of the property owners that are being damaged? I mean, they have rights. Where are the solutions being brought forth by all of you OHV proponents to provide solutions to the people's property that you're damaging, whether it's theirs or the county's? Which they still have to maintain it. They're still filling the ruts in the ditch so they don't high center their garden tractor. Where are the solutions to that? I think at a minimum, immediately there needs to be ride restriction days. There should be no riding today. The ditches are soggy. Nowhere in the county. And then there's a thing brought up about where's we left to ride. I'll tell you, effective September 1, 1987, the 1987 legislature put in the statute 392909 the OHV rules. Okay? Then it was modified a little bit a year ago, which didn't matter because we have the home rule charter to be able to do some things. But I say you can ride in just like the Snowmobile Club, we ride in the state highway right away. That's open. You can all ride from Bismarck all the way to the Canadian border if you want, both sides. I mean, the state right away by statute is open to OHVs. And I don't see any real restriction other than they're in 2006 and 2011, they did put in registration requirements and safe operation. But, okay, so aside from the ban, okay, what are the solutions? I've heard nothing tonight. I've been up northeast of Bismarck for 20 years. For whatever reason, bigger ATVs, more disrespectful riders, whatever the reason is, I've never seen so much damage. And of course, the open winter, having April temperatures in February, there should have been no riding those days. Those ATVs probably should not be, or UTVs should not be in our ditches from the first snowfall or whatever, all the way till April 1 or something. But I mean, there's been no, I would say 908 residents in Gibbs Township, 1,500 homes in Hay Creek Township. We're talking a very, very, very small percent of kids that leave their parents' home. Okay, they're not all riding in the ditches on Apple Creek like we just heard from Kay. they're not riding and tearing up their own ditch that they're haying and all that. They're leaving their home, I see it all the time, and they're riding on 71st Avenue till they hop in the ditch, get on 52nd. There is a safety concern. I hear nothing being proposed by any of the power sports folks, by any of you proponents. What are the solutions to help protect the rights of the property owners that have safety issues and whose property is being damaged? Even if it's a county property, we have to maintain the ditches. The county's not going to come mow and maintain the ditches. We maintain the ditches. And I wonder how many parents who have riders drive on, you got to drive across from the KOA campground and see what that property owner's got in each side of his ditch, and then go all the way up 71st Avenue, look at the damage. 20 years, I've never seen it so bad. So somebody in this pro group, please come up with some solutions so that maybe we don't have to have an all-out ban. I don't think that's asking too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't gonna get up again, but it was 13 degrees today, so even if you would have put a ban on, it was still legal to drive today. When's your ban? Is it 29 degrees, 32 degrees? When do you want to put that ban on? I know.
Who determines
Yeah,
Hey, we're not, you know
Who
what, we're
determines-
not gonna have this conversation
No, but I
going
mean,
around in here.
who determines when it's legal to drive and when it's not?
Yeah, that'd be me, yeah.
And the solution is designate some trails so we can get some grants to fix the roads. And I agree with you, 20 years, you probably haven't seen it so bad, but it hasn't been fixed in 20 years. We got to come up with a maintenance program before we can start bitching about, right? It's more of a maintenance issue than it is all-out ban.
Next.
Commissioners, Tom Dutton, with Burley County Township Officers Association. We as a board did not take a side on this issue because of so many people involved in it. But we do have a problem with your countywide ban. We do not believe that you have the authority to ban in township roads. In Century Code 240601, basically says that township supervisors have the right to, or the supervisors of the townships are in charge of highways, ditches, bridges, and culverts. I am also on the state board of townships, so I asked our attorney what his opinion was, and he agreed with me. You do not have the right to ban it in the township areas. I also heard from him that he had spoken with the attorney for the Association of Counties, and he agreed with me. So I don't believe that you have the authority to do this countywide. Just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. First, I'd like to ask, what temperature was it this morning when you got up? 5 below. So this nice
What's your name?
family that went out riding today.
What's your name?
Oh, Dustin Krieger, I'm sorry.
Hey, Dustin.
The family went out riding this morning, or today, and the high of today was, what, 13? The ground was frozen. There was no damage done today when they out riding. So first and foremost, I wanted to just say that. I also was going to say, I like the little graphic on your monitor here. It's got a little star in the whole rest of the county. That's definitely a good representation of kind of the small, very small problem area compared to the rest of the county, to where it makes it seem really ridiculous to, pose this ban on the entire county. And my family and I and friends have been riding ATV, UTV for over 20 years, and respectfully, if we hadn't gotten snow over this past weekend, I would have brought some pictures of my ditch, the ditch along 110th Avenue where I live, and you could see how nice my ditches are. So I wish I could have brought those just to kind of offset the pictures that were posted on the Burley County public notice. I have quite a few items that I will actually try to keep it to a short list, but as I was looking through this ban, in case it actually is considered to be passed, there's some wording issues in that proposal, and I don't know if that's anything anybody here wants to hear tonight at all, but a Class 2 OHV as defined is a 50-inch or less inches wide. What I assume is the addition to the existing ordinance, it is Section 3. Where is it? Okay, so the definition of an OHV Class 2 is Section 3.3B. Like I said, it's 50 inches or less in width. And then this added item under Section 3, item D, it says only OHV with a minimum width of 50 inches, meeting the requirements of the section, can operate on Burley County roads. Your standard ATV is 48 inches. So that would essentially remove, if you did a ban in the ditch, it would also remove riding on roads. And Chairman Bittner, didn't you say a couple meetings ago that you ride your own ATV on 80th Street?
Sure.
Right, because you can. If this were to pass as is, you couldn't.
No, I could.
Is your again? I'm just looking at the wording.
Yeah.
Your ATV, I assume, is stock
Yeah,
and is
well,
48 inches
to
wide.
clarify for you, when I use mine and it has anywhere near the road, it's because I'm spraying and whatnot, and there's language in here that exempts those normal kind of activities, farming, ranching, commercial, homeowner, landowner things, so, yeah.
Sure, but for the rest of us, and I'm just looking at if this ban were to go through, which again, obviously, I'm strongly opposed to. But if it were to go through, wording like this, if I can't ride my ATV in the ditch, this wording, I couldn't ride it on any roads either. Because yes, currently now we can ride on county roads, but meeting the requirements to be street legal for a Class 2. But this would completely remove us from the roads too. So then essentially it would only be side-by-sides that could even be street legal at that point. So,
Again, I should probably point out, we utilize the language essentially that the city had under their ordinances. And so I don't think there was any real concern given to the measurements or the widths of a machine at that point. And I think with respect to that point, is we can sure take a look at it. However, I'd be willing to bet you a nickel that if you go home and you look at the fender of your ATV, it's going to tell you on there, don't ride that thing on public roads. It's riveted to your fender.
but is that a current?
It had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
But I looked at mine and I took pictures of it, because it's physically riveted to the machine and says in two different places, do not operate this on public roads. So I'm not a manufacturer. I don't know why they would put that on there. That had nothing to do with this, and we can certainly take a look at that language, but.
Yeah, I just want to bring to everyone's attention just
Well, I
that
appreciate
the wording on here. There's some others in here. Now, is it true that there's going to be at least one more public hearing on this
Yes, there
ordinance? Will it be just one more, or will there actually be a total of 3?
Don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
I think that what usually happens with these things is we take public input and then we try to change what language we can and things like that, and see what happens moving forward. There's nothing chiseled in stone here, it's not the 10 Commandments.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Good. Thanks. Next.
Jesse Zander, resident of Burley County. I guess one thing that hasn't really been talked about is, hey, obviously there's got to be something done to repair some of these areas. I'm against a ban, but you go in these ditches with some skid steers and topsoil, disturb the sod. I guess we do need to figure out what to do in those areas to allow that vegetation to recover and, get a decent product again. So I guess just a little food for thought there as far as, hey, not a major ban, but, some signage, some restrictions in specific areas. And I think that would probably be something that would need to be probably best be worked out with the townships as far as, what, I know a lot of these areas are in Gibbs Township, Hay Creek Township, which areas that actually need this attention and, where we're comfortable putting restrictions in place because, just putting a permanent restriction in one place is going to push that traffic to another ditch. So, I think that's something that needs a lot of consideration. And then I guess I also had a question, maybe it was answered, but the draft that was on the website, you said that basically came right from what the city has implemented?
No, not the whole thing. There's an existing ordinance, and in here, the stuff that was highlighted in yellow, I don't know what it is on the website.
Yes.
But the highlighted in yellow stuff was essentially from the city ordinance.
There's definitely some issues in there that, if that's something we want to work with, definitely need to be ironed through. One line in there referring directly to a Type 2 OHV, which of course we know is a ATV that you straddle with handlebars and specifies that it requires seat belts. So, just a few points in there that definitely need a little more attention, but obviously the time wasn't given to it yet. But that's all I had. Thanks for the time.
All right, thanks.
Okay, my name is Earl Steidler. I've been up here before in previous meetings. I live north on 70th or on Centennial, south of 71st, north of the new exit that they put up. But we've been dealing with this for a number of years. More recently, I guess it's been worse. But, you know, I'm kind of fed up with the whole thing. I would like to see some sort of a ban, or maybe a temporary ban. If the guys can drive their units on 83, I understand, that's a state highway. So that would be one way to go. I just don't know. I don't want to ban them, but, I mean, we've got ruts that are from 4 to 6 inches deep, and then on both sides of our entry road, that's all tore away, and ruts in the top of the road. And every summer, I usually go get a load or two of road pack and try to fix that, but it just gets tore up again right away. So I don't know. And the worst of it, it seems like these bigger machines that they have now are basically like a four-wheel drive pickup, and they got the big knobby tires. So, you know, it's going to rip the roads up, the ditches up. That's just the way it is. So I don't know. If you're going to repair that every summer or every year, it's going to be pretty costly. So snowmobiles, have never had a problem with snowmobiles. They're out there when it's frozen, usually when there's a fair amount of snow on the ground. Almost never have I seen any of them jump the approach roads. There may have been some, but I've never seen that. And then when there is a lot of snow, they usually have a machine that'll groom a trail in there too, 8 or 12 feet wide. And then they got, excuse me, they got little signs up where there's places that you want to stay away from. And I think little spots on each side of the road that you should stop or at least slow way down. So those, like I say, snowmobiles, I've never had an issue with them. I don't own one. Used to drive one when I was young, but we went out to the Fort Lincoln Park south of Mandan. That's where we would go. But so that's all I've got to say. You know, if there's a way to solve this, you know, maybe we need to make everybody that owns those get together and form a club and try to make an area where they can ride. I don't know what the solution is, but that's it for me.
Good. Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Coolman. I live out by Lincoln. My question is the tax dollars that get brought into the county from the sales of OHV vehicles, dirt bikes, that kind of stuff, along with the registration, where does that money go? Why don't we utilize that to help Parks and Rec create a trail system over those 40 miles? Kind of work with the Parks and Rec so that the problem gets addressed, but also us as OHV riders have a place to go. And some of the landowners, it'll help cover that damage. So. Thank you.
I don't really have an answer because tonight was the first time I heard a commissioner say that there was any revenue to the county at all, and I'm not aware of that.
And I just learned
You know,
last week.
Well, Mr.
Never
Chairman,
been a thing.
I think our highway engineer indicated that money goes to the state and they distribute it back to us in our county sales or a tax thing. And it's not itemized, so we don't know what the
Yeah.
amount is or where it's not designated for any particular purpose.
Right.
But it does come to us, but we don't know where it's going, apparently.
Highway Department for roads, and that's part of that package that
Yeah.
comes for that funding. It was just never designated, or never has been designated, how much comes from each source of funding.
Right.
So Dan and Casey were completely flabbergasted when I found it and asked them.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just wonder if somebody could set, there you go, perfect. Chair Bittner, Commissioners, my name is Doug Pearson. I live in Hay Creek Township. Tonight, I will not be speaking about the right-of-way issues It's very clear our laws are outdated and need to be fixed. But what I would like to talk about is the noise issues like the gentleman already spoke about. We need to visit about this right here a little bit. And our Century Code makes it clear private nuisance and public nuisance violations. You guys can read it for yourself right there. A private nuisance is one which affects a single individual or a determinate number of persons in the enjoyment of some private right, not common to the public. So if I'm out in the morning having a cup of coffee, gardening in the afternoon, or maybe barbecuing at night, I don't want to listen to OHVs revving around my neighborhood and racing up and down my roads. Public nuisance definition is one which at the same time affects an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons. And of course, you see the remedies right there. If we've been dealing with this for 25 years and just knocking our head up against the wall. Sheriff's Department, if they're not going to do nothing about it, state's attorney, we will bring a criminal action before a district judge. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but we're up against the wall. We want something done about this. You can see right there, if you're guilty of a public nuisance, it's a Class A misdemeanor. Okay, I'd also like to mention before Burley County ordinance for no engine brakes was put in place, we were protected under the nuisance ordinance. The nuisance language of North Dakota Century Code 42. And the decibel ranges for OHVs are the same as engine brakes, which is in the 85 to 110 decibels. So there are protections out there for us. We just need to put them in place and get something done about this. And I'll finish up with this right here. And we're going to go right to the OHV Century Code, which is 39299, Part 5. An individual may not operate an OHV vehicle in the following ways which are declared to be unsafe and a public nuisance. The language is there. And these are basically for noise right here. So we got to deal with that each and every day from morning to night. I got an elderly mother that lives right up on that corner, and she's got to deal with this right here. Where are our rights? It goes both ways. And I'm not against a complete ban in Burley County, but I think we need to do something in the ETA area. That's where the problem is. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Doug? Thank you, Doug.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Woodcox.
Doug, you and I rode around.
We sure did.
And you had pointed out, and I've still got your map, a lot of areas that could be used for these vehicles.
Absolutely.
But how do we make them available? That's what I struggled with that, because I looked, and it's private property, and the places, a lot of them are not even developed at all. But then people have to tow their vehicle to get there to use that particular place.
For example, Commissioner, 43rd Avenue, I know there's a lot of kids that come out of Sattler Subdivision and Silver Ranch.
Right.
You got 43rd that goes completely east. Those are roads there they can ride on, and also in the ditches. Now you go across 80th Street, where you're over by the Highway Department building. You go east of there's all kind of right-of-ways out there. There's gravel roads they can ride up and down. I mean, there's hundreds of miles out there.
How do we get that message out to the people that are?
Well, I think Tony Hillick with Parks and Rec. I know Major Jim Holm marks the snowmobile trails. They work together. Let's start marking trails for OHVs.
Good idea.
It can be done.
Yeah.
We just got to take the time and effort to do it. Because like I said, I'm not against a complete ban. I really am not. But we need protections in those high populated areas of the ETA. So,
Thank you.
Hello, my name is DJ Berger. I live in Lincoln. I have grown up on a farm, so I understand people's concerns with private property, posted property. I know how I feel when we have people come on our property without permissions. I don't appreciate it. I understand people's concerns with damage to property. So I totally understand that argument. That being said, I am 100% against a ban. I personally own a side-by-side. I grew up with a four-wheeler. I use it for multiple things. As you said, you use yours for spraying. We use ours for farm maintenance, recreation, all the same. I think easy solution or easier solution than just a full-out ban would be to put in a trail system. We talked about costs for repairs. I would be curious as to what the cost difference would be versus repairs versus just putting in a trail with good quality ground materials that doesn't develop ruts, that, you know, is easily maintained. I also own a snowmobile, so I do appreciate the fact that we have snowmobile trails. My brother lives on the north side of Bismarck, so for me to go from Lincoln with my side-by-side to my brother's house on the north side of Bismarck, either I have to drive paved roads, or I have to take back roads, or I take a ditch. And, you know, we talked about 40 miles of trails or damages to ditches. Well, why don't we make those an established trail and put in materials to prevent the damage? I think it'd be easier to maintain. As has been mentioned, we do pay fees yearly. My side-by-side is licensed. I have blinkers, horns, mirrors, everything. I pay fees. That should be going towards this. Another point I'd like to make is I have traveled to use my side-by-side. I've been in South Dakota. I've been in Minnesota. As far as I know, North Dakota, not even just Burley County, but the state, we are the only state that doesn't have side-by-side trails, OHV trails. So not only are we kind of left behind on that front, but I feel like we could be missing out on revenue from tourism. Because I don't know how anybody else feels, but if there would be a good trail system out in Medora, like, that'd be a heck of a business opportunity for somebody. I mean, we already do musical packages where people come out and stay. Wouldn't it be great to come out and you could rent a side-by-side? I mean, I go to Idaho, I go to Montana for snowmobiling, and you can go out there and rent machines and use their trails, and you have to pay a trail fee, and a lot of times they're not cheap. You know, you're $80, $100 to ride on a trail, and I go for a week at best. Usually it's about 3 days. So we're missing out on that revenue as well if we would have a trail system in North Dakota. And if there was an established trail versus some of these ditches, I think it'd be a lot easier for people to avoid these other areas where there is a potential problem and follow an established trail that's taken care of, that's maintained, and it would eliminate some of these problem areas. Thank you.
No, before you go, you know, there actually is established trails in the state of North Dakota. I've actually worked on and built a bunch of them. You know, you can go up to the Pembina Gorge. There's, I don't know, Turtle Mountain or something like that. You got the Rough Rider Trail over here in Morton County. I think Tony would be able to point out some other ones. There are some trails. Whether there's enough, that's obviously not. It's obviously not enough, but they do get built every year.
Well, I just think this is and I appreciate your point there. I'm not aware of all the trails, if there are some in North Dakota, but Pembina, that's a long drive. You know, I don't have kids, so this is more of a selfish thing for me, I guess. I do appreciate everybody that has kids because I have nieces and nephews, you know, and they have dirt bikes, but again, they were raised to respect the land, respect people's properties, and to use their machines, their toys, in a respectable manner. And to tell a young kid of 14 that he's got to load it up on the north side of Bismarck to even go to Mandan, how is he getting it there? I mean, it's not really realistic. I mean, do we want young kids to be pulling trailers just so they can get somewhere to ride? I mean, I don't really think that's realistic. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cody Igo, Burley County resident. I guess by your own admission, trail systems work? Yes, no? I mean, if you've spent time to build them and maintain them, I mean, obviously you must put some value to them and think they're a worthwhile investment?
Well, I think they are, for the places where they exist. I think they're a good thing. I wouldn't build them if I didn't think so.
So I mean,
and then the thing to keep in mind, though, is it's not just building them; it's maintaining them and whatnot. That actually is probably the biggest problem we're faced with in the state right now.
Well, the state Parks and Rec guy, I forget his name. Yeah, I mean, if there's grants available and all we need to do is fill out these applications, get the ball rolling, I feel like that's a much better solution than an outright ban. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got a handful of squeaky wheels that are trying to force their hand on a county-wide ban, and I think that's egregious. That's horrible, awful. You know, trails, there's revenue to be made there. I mean, millions are missing. Nobody knows where this sales tax money and gas tax and fees and stuff have gone. I don't know. I think trails are the answer. A ban isn't the answer. You know, obviously there's going to be arterials, whether there's noise ordinances within the subdivisions. You know, the little subdivisions, they've got to stay on the street. They can't be on people's yards and stuff, because in those situations, that is maintained, that is mowed. You know, people care about that versus an agricultural plat where, you know, half of these pictures with the damage, they're unmaintained ditches. Ignorance isn't an excuse, but kids are idiots. They don't know the difference, you know, but some of these pictures with the damage, you know, there's saplings growing, there's boulders, trails going around that stuff. I mean, that's gonna become an established trail. It's gonna create ruts. You know, but then to sit there and say that that's, you know, whether it's private property or not, nobody knows. You know, I don't know. I don't know that on the fly. Kids aren't certainly going to know that. You know, some of these people that want to complain, I'd be the first one to complain about it too if I had a highway in my front yard. But I'd go figure out who it is. These kids aren't traveling that far. You can find them. And if you're scared or apprehensive about doing it, call a deputy. Hey, can you meet here? Can we go over to this house so we can have a sit-down chat with the parents and these kids? I just think education is going to be the key to this thing instead of a ban. I guess, any questions?
Any questions? Nope.
Thank you, Cody. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Tate Alfstead, but most of the people here know me as King of the Ditch. So, so far it seems that very few people, including landowners, support a full ban, as Commissioner Woodcox pointed out at the beginning, is basically the way that the writing lays this out. Yet, as has repeatedly been said, it seems that it is a few individuals, a few bad apples that have been responsible for most of the damage that we have seen. Yet, one thing that hasn't been brought up is the bad apples of landowners that also exist. Several OHV riders have been chased down by landowners for believing, as far as they know, did nothing wrong, which when, a landowner will try to cut in front of them, try to chase them down, which if somebody taps my car in a parking lot and they run off and I chase after them, I'm pretty sure that's a felony. Regardless, a few individual landowners have thought that that is justified. When I register my OHV, I get a registration tag with a number, just like a license plate. That's the only thing they would need to report something to police department or county sheriff's department. Also, several landowners, or a few individual landowners have built fences out through the ditch up to the road, which, whether it's legal or not, that is extremely dangerous and reckless. If a OHV rider were to hit that, there's a chance that they could die. It's very probable, yet they've thought that that's okay, and whether it's legal or not. And to me, that tells me that those few people, which are probably the people who support an all-out ban, they're not actually concerned with damage or rider safety. They generally just don't like to see people having fun riding OHVs. People talk about noise and whatnot, but to do something that reckless, that tells me that they don't actually care about the OHV riders at all, which, we've talked about damage in numbers, which is great, but, overall then my solution would be that anybody who doesn't like to see OHV riders having fun riding, and the few individuals of the few bad apples of the riders who are causing damage should absolutely be prosecuted. But the few individuals who do support a full-out ban, to me it seems that they just don't like watching OHV riders have fun, and my solution would be that those people should move into the suburb and buy a Tesla. So I know that's not a solution that most people are going to like, but that's the opinion I see it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him a
Commissioner
question?
Woodcox, yeah.
I figured there might be some questions.
This ordinance that we're looking at now has a $50 fine for a violation.
Okay.
Do you think that's adequate? Is that going to deter anybody from? It's like a $50 speed limit ticket. Is that enough? And I'm looking for information. Should it be a $500 or $200?
Is it a progressive as for repeat offenders? Is there any sort of repeat violation?
I'm not sure if we can do that, but is that 50 enough?
It depends whether you can enforce it. If you can continuously enforce it, then probably.
If we find somebody and they actually did whatever they were supposed to, and they're issued a ticket, the ticket, just like a speeding ticket, tells you pay $10 or whatever it may be. But is 50 enough? I personally don't think it is enough.
Maybe not. I would agree.
I'd say 100 would be the minimum.
Sure. And so if somebody has repeat violations, is it possible to take their OHV tag and you can no longer legally operate?
Don't know.
Or is that something you'd have to work out with?
I don't think we've got that I see somebody shaking their head in the far side there. So.
I don't know all the legality behind it.
Yeah,
But,
apparently, we can't do that. So.
okay, well.
Okay.
But, so I'd say, it goes back to, there's a few bad apples. I think somehow there has to be a way to enforce it.
Right.
And, I think if we had all the money in the world to fix all of the ditches, I think a lot of the people who want a full-out ban, they still wouldn't be happy. I think they just don't want to see people riding.
Right.
Any other
Thank
questions?
You. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Commissioner Woodcox, to answer your question
No, what's your name?
about Aaron Hermanson, sorry. To answer your question about is the $50 enough? First of all, I'm against a ban, but the majority, I bet almost every responsible rider would tell you that if you find someone jumping ditches, riding recklessly, causing issues, throw the book at them. $50.
But the book is $50. Is that
No, it's not enough. No, it's not going to deter much, if anything. And again, the responsible riders, you're going to be hard pressed to find someone who says no, keep it at 50, because the majority of the people who are out there riding we don't want this. We don't want landowners and riders at odds.
I didn't want to interrupt what you were going to
No.
say, but
No, I don't think you were. It's been brought up a couple of times, but back to the registration fees, I think regardless of what happens with a ban, we need to figure out where that's going. If it was registration fees for vehicles in the county and we didn't know where it went, that would be a problem. We'd probably get to the bottom of it right away. So I don't think it should be any different with this. There's money going somewhere, and we don't seem to have the answer to that. I've lived in Burley County my entire life. I've lived outside the city almost all of it. And people who live in Driscoll and Moffett, Baldwin, they don't live out there because they like the city of Bismarck's laws. So when we're talking about using that as a framework for a countywide proposed law, that's definitely not fair, and it's using a machete when we should be using a scalpel. But there's a lot of responsible riders out there. There are some legitimate concerns, legitimate complaints by landowners. Those can all be addressed that don't come anywhere near a countywide ban. There's already noise ordinances. It's already illegal to jump ditches. We don't need a ban. Thank you.
thank you.
Anybody? Yeah, sure. Somebody else did.
Okay, that's right, I guess.
I keep that to a minimum, but.
Chair Bittner, Commissioners, so one of the things that, full disclosure, I'm part of the North Dakota Rough Rider Snowmobile Club, and I haven't had my sled out for 3 winters, and we ride on top of the snow. Just like how Carbon Solutions CO2 pipeline ruined it for about every other project that wants to acquire right-of-way in North Dakota, we have, call them bad actors, call them whatever you want, but we have a problem here of, now the ditch rider king man here, I wonder how many dollars he's paid for any repair of ditches or anything. See, what I'm hearing for Solutions is grants and other people's money needs to provide this for us so we can have fun. But you're talking about my money now. I don't want Gibbs Township money going to repair the extensive damage in Gibbs Township. I'll be at their meeting tomorrow night, and I'm going to say that. I'm sure Hay Creek people feel the same way, because we're talking a very small amount of riders coming from these thousands of Hay Creek Gibbs riders, and so I don't want that happening. But I also don't want these bad actors that you call them that seem to feel they have a right to do whatever because they live in the county. And this whole idea that move into the city if you don't like it, holy hell, are you kidding me? So these landowners that are having to haul in dirt, gravel to repair their road, repair their ditches, that you have a right to cause them to have to do that every spring and every summer. That's BS. So I'm not buying that argument, because you, King Ditch Rider, don't have to pay a dime to go out and have fun. And no, this isn't about fun. All these people that live out in the county, we all like to have fun. I have a UTV, an ATV, and a snowmobile, and a Harley Davidson. Not one of them have ever touched the ditch. I ride on my grass, my lot, and I'll tell you, when I turn that ATV in my lot, pulling a little ATV cart, it rips the hell out of the grass. I don't ride my UTV street legal, so I don't ride that on any grass or gravel. But the fact that this could spill over and eliminate all snowmobile use when the Rough Rider Snowmobile Club has been good stewards, trail management, and all that thing, not one in 4 meetings. This is the 4th time I've heard comments on OHV. Has any landowner adjacent to the damage said they've had an issue with snowmobiles? Just for the record. Now I want to tell you about these bad actors. Not far from our home, this right-of-way fence that King of the Ditch Man talked about, those people have a right to fence because that's their property. They're on an unplatted land. They have a right to put the fence on their property line, which does happen to be on the slope of the ditch. So one of these landowners did it. Well, guess what happened? Twice. These King of the Ditch bad, I'm not saying you did it, but these bad actors came and snipped his barbed wire in the dark of the night. Twice. Okay? Now there's another guy who's testified here a couple meetings ago who lives northwest east of us who has voiced some opinion on this. Well, guess what his neighbor did who has tracks on his UTV and his ATV? His neighbor came out of his house, rode down, and ripped up his ditch. Now, I wish Sheriff Lieben were here, because I would ask him to work with our state's attorney. We need a 5150 law here. And I'm telling you, that guy has mental illness. The sheriff, who the guy called, the sheriff came, he said, oh, call the sheriff. We can't catch ditch jumpers. We can't catch people doing all this damage. Sheriff, he just jumped my ditch. Yeah, he's now at Wilton. Can you get up there and get him? I mean, come on. Putting this on the sheriff's department to fix is a no-go. That is absolutely ridiculous. So the sheriff comes up, the ditch is ripped up. Nothing's being done. You can file a civil suit against your neighbor. Well, that's my option. Wow, that's really wonderful. But that guy, the sheriff should have 515-hoed him, haul him in for 72-hour evaluation because he has mental illness. He's a sociopath. To do that to your neighbor, and that's the problem we have. We have sociopaths out there ripping up other people's property. Hey, it isn't going to cost me anything. I'm out having fun, and it's my right. No, it's not your right to cause me expense. And by the way, thanks to all my testimony on Summit Carbon Solutions, I have about 10 security cameras around my house. So if you drive by my house and you pass gas in your car, I'm going to hear it, and I'm going to be able to find you. So if you come and try to rip up my ditch because I'm speaking tonight, and I'm not saying ban this thing, but I've heard no solutions. I've heard no solutions that are viable tonight. Maybe the trail thing, but then all I hear is put it on all of us and our taxpayers to pay for it so we can have fun. That's not a solution. You guys are going to have to be willing to put a lot more effort into it and a lot more time and a lot more fundraising and get a lot more creative before any of this is going to work. But immediately, you should not be riding this. Okay, I shoveled 25% of my driveway yesterday, and guess what? By this morning, the snow's gone. And it was, 8 degrees? That's because the ground's warm and the sun's shining. You should not have been riding in the ditch today. There should be restrictions, no ride days, to reduce the damage immediately.
Okay. Thanks.
Is there a representative of Summit Carbon Solutions? I have to, I'm sorry.
We welcome the testimony.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Iverson. I'm a Burley County resident, live northeast of Bismarck. Sounds like we found some money that we didn't know about. You're asking for solutions. Why don't we look at the feasibility of taking some of that when we can identify it and fixing some of the issues? Like private landowner damage. Let's look at fixing that. And I'd like to see a study or something with some of that money on building a trail system. I'm against the ban. I ride a little bit, not a whole lot. My kids, 95% of the time, they're on my property. Every once in a while, they'll take a ditch to a buddy's house, but that's all on easement. Personally, against the ban, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
I've got one more quick comment. Earl Steidler, I was up here earlier. Maybe part of the solution would be to make a temporary ban or whatever you want to call it, so many miles out from Bismarck, around the Bismarck area. I don't know how far this goes. I know in my ditch, I don't want any trail coming up my ditch. I'm fed up with the whole thing. And I've been living out there for 40 years. I was one of the first residents up north there. And now it's just gotten crazy. And like I say, I think it's mostly these bigger units that are also street legal. You know, they're as big as a vehicle. And they're just, they're digging up the ditches. There's no other, when it gets a little wet, they're going to dig up the ditches. So I don't know, that's, and then another big issue would be the safety factor, which I didn't mention before. That's been a real issue for me. I've almost got run over by a smaller 4x4, and every time I go out from my pine trees to mow the ditch, you better look both ways several times. So that's all I had to add.
Thanks.
Good evening, Josh Valley, Burley County resident. I'll keep it short tonight. Just wanted to add some context to a couple things that were said tonight. I commented a couple weeks ago just on some industry stats in the OHV industry in our county, and there's roughly, I don't have the last up to date, but this should be a rolling 12 number. There's roughly about 500 new off-road OHV vehicles sold and registered in the county. That's not registered outside the county. So somewhere between 12 to $15 million in revenue that's taxed. So when we talk about this money that where it is now, I won't say tonight I know the formula that the county is getting provided to from the state, but I can tell you that somewhere between $600,000 and $750,000 is going into that fund on new registrations per year. And then there's roughly around 5,000 OHVs in the registered to the county that pay a license fee every year. So when we add into that, there's another $100,000 throwing into that, call it state fund that Net testified earlier that shows that it does funnel to the county. Now, at what level that is, I don't know tonight, and I'm not going to speak to something I'm not certain of, but to put some context into that dollar amount that's been thrown around a little bit tonight, and that's per year, okay? So somewhere between $700,000 to $800,000 per year, and there's been a lot of talk tonight of a 25-year period, so you can do the math pretty quickly how much money potentially from OHVs have gone into that fund that's funneled to the state over that time period. Lastly, just want to comment one thing. There's been lots of talk about no solutions, and I can say I'm only going to speak to myself, but I also think I can speak on the behalf of several other dealers and the industry in our area. And I think it's really important that it's impossible for momentum and collaboration between the industry, our riders, the government officials, if we put this ban in place. We have momentum going. There's been several discussions and meetings that have gone on with the Sheriff's Department, fellow commissioners, the state of North Dakota, industry clubs. These things are happening. May not go at the pace that many people in the room would like to see, but I also witness there's many things that don't happen in the county at the pace that we'd all like to see as citizens as well, right? So I think it's really important to remember that collaboration in things like this provides solutions, and that's what has to happen as we go. And I think there's a lot of things in place, going from trail systems to fines to enforcement. There is solutions in place that are happening as we speak, and they may not be a hard line solution that is instant, but we just heard tonight that we got extra money for enforcement. We can say that's not a solution, but you know what? That's money that we didn't have before to provide for some solutions. We've had recommendations of how we get trail systems. What are next steps? We've talked about what areas need to get resolved. There is momentum moving to help with this. Are we ever going to eliminate the bad apples? You know what? We're never going to eliminate all bad apples and all things in life, but we have to find solutions and momentum. And us as a dealership and as a group do not believe in this ban and do not believe in a blanket ban that's going to hurt our responsible riders, and we'll hopefully solve and work towards a solution that works for everyone. So thank you. Any questions on that? Thank you.
Anybody else?
Burned off half of my coffee. I think I can talk. Luke Langenfelder again. Commissioner Woodcox had mentioned something about fines.
Right.
Where were you guys looking at to get information for fines? Where'd you come up with that $50 at?
I assume it's part of the city ordinance, is that correct?
No, 50 is in the current Burley County ordinance.
$50
That's
isn't going
that's
to
a
do
joke,
anything.
I think.
Yeah, it's a joke. $50 is nothing. I can go to Hardee's and spend $20 for lunch. I mean, $50 is nothing. If you want to stop the bad apples, the few percent that are causing problems, you got to make it hurt. Make it a couple $100, $250. Yeah. Make it something that when they get a ticket,
It'll hurt.
that it means something. Because $50 isn't anything, you know. And I don't mind seeing fines higher. I ride through ditches. Mine's street legal. I ride it on the street. If I'm doing something stupid, I expect to get a spanking, and I should. You know, that's not an issue, and it shouldn't be for anybody that likes enjoying this stuff. Make those fines hurt so people quit doing the stupid stuff. You know, our law enforcement we have out there, there's sheriffs all over the place all the time. Rarely am I ever out that I don't see sheriffs. And if they know that it's worth to pull a side-by-side or bike or whatever over and give them a $250 fine instead of a speeding ticket for $10 to somebody else that's driving on the street, it's worth their time to stop and do it. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Berger.
I'm going to pull that mic down a little bit.
Okay.
People are a little taller.
I should write on here. All right. I grew up in Bismarck, just north of Bismarck. Was able to do all the things outside my whole life. When me and my husband got married, we moved north of Bismarck. We were the second house in the development that we live in right now. Great place to live. I have kids. They aren't little anymore. My youngest is now 16. He does ride a dirt bike. You'll find no ruts in my yard. You will not find my kid like jumping ditches. You won't find him doing these things. If you do, please find him. And find him so that it hurts. Don't give him $50. He's going to be like, ha, it's a joke. But it needs to be within reason. I'm not saying, like, for me, It's expensive to get a dirt bike. When my girls were younger, I couldn't have afforded to get a dirt bike for my kids. We just didn't have the money. We had house payment, we had car payments. So it still has to be within reason, but it does need to hurt. And if my kid gets caught, I need to know about it too. So a $50 ticket, it's not going to say or do anything. Now $150, I find that in today's society and what people are making, if you can afford to get a dirt bike, I'd say $150 is super reasonable. So I just wanted to let you know my input on it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wish to speak?
Hello, I'm Kyle Olson. I've been in Burley County for about 2 years now. I moved here from being actually in the power sports industry in Minnesota. And I mean, I've had kind of the pleasure and ability to ride kind of all over the U.S. People talk about having a park for riders. One of the potential issues with that is if you don't have enough area, you have all these people in a very small confined space, and it kind of amplifies risk. I've ridden in Durhamtown, which is in Georgia, somewhere between Atlanta and Augusta. There were people every which way you would turn, and it was a lot of fun, but there was a lot of risk there that you had to be aware of. I've ridden in the deserts of the high desert of California near Barstow. There, every which way, there's trails going. You have to watch and be aware. Again, it's kind of like, just put a bunch of people in an area. But at the same point, I grew up in northeast North Dakota. We have snowmobile trails across a lot of our farmland. And for the most part, we don't have any no trespassing signs on those fields. People kind of go every which way. There are actually no trespassing signs on certain fields, and people with snowmobiles completely ignore them at kind of against what our landowner wants in that area. We also have the Pembina Gorge now that is relatively new. That wasn't there when I was a kid. For the trail, the trails do get closed because of the washouts due to the pretty nice views, but also steep, I guess you'd say like erosion can happen and wash out the trail because it is on the hillside of the valley. And I think here, you guys have an opportunity along the Missouri Valley, if there is any undeveloped land, to have pretty good views similar to what the gorge has. But also, you talk about safety in the ditches. I live south of Lincoln. I've lived there for just over 2 years now, actually within the week. And last year, I think it was, county came out, I believe it was, cut trees in the ditch, just shrub trees, left stumps about like this tall for a period of time, and I saw plenty of people in the ditch. Pretty easy to end up to where if you hit that, you would be in pretty good damage situation if it upset the vehicle. And it comes back to, I don't ride here. I should. I have opportunity to get out of our development and get out on township roads or in the ditches, but it just seems like there is a lot of inherent risk. There's people riding on the wrong side of the road, largely because trails are only set up on one side, or there's fences near the road because there isn't a right-of-way. As people have stated, it's plotted to the center. In our home area, most of that is to where you have a right-of-way for the township, so people clear trees, the fences are held back because of that. And I think the opportunity really needs to be there for enjoyment outside. Maybe not, as some people say, they're mad that they don't want their land destroyed. I get that. We see people who go 2 miles down the road from their house and they go rip, do donuts out in the gravel road and make it nice and rough for us on our farm equipment and our pickups and everything else. And that's just, there are bad apples. By a flat out ban, you have it to where everybody will not be able to enjoy the outdoors. You're kind of pushing people to go to South Dakota, go to the Black Hills. They're great. I ride dirt bike there. I've ridden side by side there. I've tested side-by-sides and ATVs there. Akeley, south of Bemidji, great area for dirt bikes and side-by-sides. Way up towards War Road, there's riding there too in a forest. So you kind of push people out. When I looked on the website, you know, south of, what is it, Abraham or whatever, on the other side of the river, there's a down and back. Well, that doesn't really connect you place to place. I don't really think that I want to go from south of Lincoln all the way over there to ride. I would rather just kind of go ride back home outside of this whole area instead of that, which kind of makes it so people won't be coming here as a destination or to enjoy the outdoors. There's lots of mountain bike trails in the city that overlook the river and other areas, but we don't have much out there for people to kind of get out and explore the outdoors with power sports. I hope in the future that we can have something like that. One thing to note, when I went and rode personally in Utah, they have to where you have to do a online safety class prior to getting your off-highway vehicle license as out of state for there. That is one thing that was implemented in before 2024 when I rode there from when I last rode out there in 2019. So everybody's kind of handling it different ways. I don't think an all-out ban is the way to go. The agriculture use, how are you going to enforce that? I mean, I technically am a farmer back home, have 140 acres that I farm. Could I use my side-by-side in Burleigh County, not in Pembina County, and claim that since I'm a farmer, I can get around it?
No.
But you open it up to how are you going to properly enforce it is how the
Well,
question
I
would be.
think, you know, in reference to that, everybody around here has got enough common sense to figure that out.
Just pointing out that there are lots of potential ways around it, so.
Well, that's not one of them.
We could fine you $50.
Spraying the ditch as well, though, if it's the right of way, and he doesn't have his private applicator's license, might put him at risk too, so.
No, I don't think it would, because you can spray your own land without a applicator's license. I have a commercial applicator's license, so,
I'm going through that class again tomorrow.
yeah.
It's
Good
been
luck.
private though, luckily,
Okay.
so.
All right, thanks.
Colton Reese again. The landowner side, you guys are asking us against the ban for us to come up with a solution. I don't know if I maybe speak for others. What can we do? What are we allowed to do? What can we do to work with the county to go forward on this? I know I reached out to you, Bittner, about the area out by the fairgrounds. I haven't gone out there yet. I don't want to sink.
probably wouldn't.
Don't want to sink my truck anywhere, but I'm still interested in seeing that area. How do we, as residents, work with you with ideas to, aside from just coming to the meetings for 3-4 hours at a time and everybody complaining to you guys? How do we work with you guys to go forward? How do we reach out to other? He rode Minnesota, Utah. How do we reach out to those places? What they have implemented, what works, what doesn't work, something like that. I think down in Glendive, I think they've got a big riding area. South Dakota's been mentioned. What could we reach out to these places and see what works, what hasn't worked? If they had the idea of bans, if something like that. Even South Dakota, their ATVs are road legal, I think, in certain cities or towns. I'm not saying we need to go
They
for
are here
that.
too, Colton.
What's that?
They are here as well.
In the
Ones
city?
that are street legal. Yeah.
An ATV, not a UTV, an ATV.
No, that's not a legal machine in the city.
But correct me if I'm wrong, in South Dakota, there are towns or areas where ATVs are legal.
No, I wouldn't know anything about
Okay. Well, if we could reach out, like I said, if other places got it down, they got solutions, they've figured a way around it, through it. How do we go about that? Is that residents' responsibility to see what works there? Is that, government, like you guys reaching
No,
out, or?
It's a good question. You know, I provided some solutions already. I was actively involved in doing the thing out at the fairgrounds.
Yep.
And there was trails and a loading ramp and the whole kind of thing, you know. Basically, we've said at this table, I know I've said that we expect that the dealers and the users of these machines are going to step up and come up with some solutions. And so far, it's been pretty limited, so, you know. Working with dealerships or start a club, you know, the Snowmobile Club, the Rough Rider guys, they've been in existence a long time. I mean, a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have much trouble with that. So to answer your question, you know, you're welcome to call. And I would suggest that getting involved any way you can. You know, there's a lot of people that are like-minded.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to provide much more by way of solutions. I already have, and it hasn't worked. Commissioner Bakken.
You know, I think probably the place to start is the user groups, working with the dealers, trying to get, working with Tony and his department at the state, bigger picture for those opportunities you mentioned in other states and other places, just like Kyle did. That's one of the things that's lacking on a statewide level. So what does that look like with Tony's department working with DOT to establish trail systems? You know, with what we're dealing here is it's a little piece of a potential trail system, but that should be part of a bigger trail system. So working with the user groups, the dealerships, working with the state to try to get what that bigger picture looks like. Now's a good time to be doing it because you're heading into a legislative session. So that's where a lot of those discussions are going to have to go for that bigger picture. What we're dealing with right now, though, is our little piece. And is it establishing a trail system? That's what I would like to see. That's the easiest solution because now we've got a mechanism by which we can maintain something. I'm really hard pressed to be in favor of throwing a blanket over the entire county for this is the problem. And I'm just not in favor of over legislating. But there are some concerns. You've heard some of those concerns, and that's what we have to navigate. But I would say the place to start is start working with the dealers and working with the state.
Okay.
Actually, Colton, call me. I've already been working with the dealers. We've already made some huge contacts with state agencies to help navigate and build trails. We're already running down a lot of the same lines that have already been talked about here. So the State Game and Fish is part of it. So yeah, give me a call.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Otherwise, I do appreciate, I think all of us do, the time and effort, just even to the public comment sessions. Whether you're for or against landowners, you got side-by-sides, you ride the ditches, you don't. I think everybody appreciates being able to give in their side of the story or their 2 cents. So you guys listening, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Valerie Junt. And I was here last meeting. How do you use this? I was just going to show this picture. Just put it here. This was February 6th of this year in front of a private owner's property. You can't tell me that that wasn't deliberate, running back and forth and ripping through with the water as it was running because it was so mild. And I have many more like that. And you've seen the damages to the ditches, they're real, and I've sent you emails. Okay. And as I mentioned in my first testimony, we're not against riders, unlike what some of the folks wanted to claim, but we also want to hear some respect and responsibility for our personal property. And I haven't heard a thing, not one. So thank you for offering and suggesting the same thing, that you're looking for solutions. So Commissioner Woodcock, you asked if $50 is enough. Absolutely not. I don't think $5 is enough either for the registration. I mean, when you think of the thousands of dollars that these individuals are making from the sale of these machines, and they're selling more and more and more, let's get some, personal responsibility and revenue back to those who are affected by it, so that those who benefit from this, whether they're out there using it or they're selling it, they're the ones who are investing in it as well. I shouldn't have to invest in it as a private owner. That's not my responsibility, and yet I'm out there fixing our ditches. We're out there fixing our ditches. Our neighbors are. We haven't talked about the noise. Only one individual talked about the noise, and it's real. I don't know, we were told that you can have them come and picked up. Well, we were told that unless they see it, they can't come after them. So I don't know, are we allowed to, we've got cameras out too. Can we show the sheriff the cameras? Can we show them the videos? Then how do you identify who the rider is? I mean, so again, I agree that the users and the ones who are benefiting from this are the ones who should come up with the solutions, but imposing and encroaching on our personal private property is against the law. And we need your help to help us enforce that law. I also think that it would be helpful, we were saying about the ATV, the dealerships. I think too, they should be handing out flyers or something in helping to educate that there are people's personal property, if it is posted, that you can be fined. I mean, help them to realize that this just isn't an open field for everybody, because it's not. We've owned our property since early 1972, and we've lived out there for 35 years. We've never had a problem. Some individuals have claimed that these ditches have been worn after 30 years. That's not true. This is a problem that just started happening when all of Bismarck started, growing north for the most part. And the thing that someone else hasn't talked about is the damage to utilities. And I did send pictures to you on that. Who is going to be paying for the cost of that? It isn't going to be the phone and the cable companies. It's going to be those of us who had nothing to do with the damage. And those are real issues as well. So somebody has to be responsible for that. As Kurt mentioned and my brother mentioned, if you own a gun and you go buy a gun, I have a right to go buy a gun. I have a right to go buy an ATV or an OHV. But I don't have a right to go on somebody else's property and start shooting it. You don't have a right to come onto my property and start ripping up our ditches. And we own our property to the center of the road. And if we have a right to post that and we have a right to put fences up, that's not because we don't want you to have fun. It's because we own it and we've spent a lot of money to keep it groomed. And the farmers that are kind enough to rent our land and farm our land couldn't get into our field last year because the ruts were so deep in the approach. That is a real problem, and that I want a solution to that too. So, thank you very much.
Okay. Are you going to cover some new ground for us, or are we going to go over the same?
Oh, I got some new stuff for you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is the first public meeting that I've had the opportunity to speak at. My name is Brad Fettig. Been a Burleigh County resident the past 40 years, born and raised here. Love Burleigh County, place that we chose to raise our children, and we have horses. I want to give you a little background. The past 15 years, I've been a land agent where I've acquired right-of-way for the Department of Transportation. I've been through the process of eminent domain. I've done several surveys, been part of all the platting process. We do live out on 80th Street, and we are one of the landowners that fenced our property, being that we own to the center of the road. The reason for doing that, couple things. Safety, priority one. Our 3 kids all ride horses. They play outside, they play basketball, they ride their bicycles. Prior to us fencing our property, several OHV riders came through all the way up to our concrete driveway, tearing everything up within feet of our kids, where our kids have to run into the home, scared for their life. Now, we put our fence up that seems to resolve some of the issue that we have, but since that has happened, these people, the King of the Ditch Rider and these other riders, they come back and they mock us. They terrorize us. They'll sit at our approaches, revving their engines, spinning rock all over my maintained property. I am in favor of finding trails. The snowmobile trail goes by my property. So far, I haven't had any issues with the snowmobile trail, no concerns. But if the county or the park board thinks they're gonna use the snowmobile trail for OHVs, the county or the park board can buy the farm. There's no way I'm gonna live and enjoy our property and have an OHV nuisance. We have a horse riding arena. These kids are coming by and they do it on purpose. We have souped up barrel horses. They come by and they'll rev their engines just to try to scare these horses to cause injury to our kids. It's not fair to us landowners, and the entitlement of some of these riders needs to stop. And they're just mocking us right now. You hear all these people, they put up the Tribune thing, the statistics, they're going in and hit repeat. One way to stop this is to go in all their property. Everybody that signed this, they should put their address down. Tell me the percentage of those people that are having their ditches in their subdivision damaged. None. And if they did, they'd feel the same way we do. Thank you.
I do have my name on there.
I'll stand for questions, but we do maintain our ditch. We try to keep a nice property for the county and take a lot of pride in what we have, so. Any questions?
Thanks. Any questions, commissioners? I don't see any. Thanks.
Thank you.
Say it again, just have a question. So how many complaints have been made, do we know, over the last how many years? And do we know, like, tracked how many specific individuals have actually complained about this? I'm just curious because, you know, I made a joke earlier that those people should move in the city. Obviously, everybody has the right to own land wherever they want. But I'm just curious, you know, what percentage of landowners actually have an issue with this? Or does nobody know?
I don't think we have that information.
Okay.
Sheriff had a list.
We've
Sheriff
had
a
that
list of
before.
complaints. I remember
I've
that.
seen
The number of
there was
complaints.
a list at a previous meeting, but, you know,
One
I
that went
don't,
to the sheriff.
I don't know much
We
about
had
it.
that number.
Number of complaints, but we don't know the number of actual specific individuals, because I'm guessing many of the individuals have made numerous complaints.
No, we don't know that.
So you have no idea how many landowners would actually be in favor of this?
We just
Okay.
said that.
Yep, just want to make it clear.
Okay.
All right, that's it for now. Good.
Hi, my name is Pat Geiger. I was up here earlier before. I want to hopefully be the last person up here to lighten things up a little bit. As a landowner, you want a solution. A gentleman earlier mentioned that you can go to an RV park and they might charge $80 to get on a trail. If anybody wants to pay me $80, I'll let you come and ride my ditch all day long. And then I'll have $80 to fix the ditch and it'll cost the county nothing. Thank you. That's a solution. And my number is on my no trespassing sign. They can call. Here comes your
You know,
He made me think of another question. So similar to like the way hunting works, if you're okay with people hunting on your land, you know, they're free to come do so in the state, but you can also state, you know, my property's off limits. Is there a way to implement a system similar to that with OHVs?
It'd be a state.
No trespassing.
But the county wouldn't be able to manage that.
No, it's
no,
So
we wouldn't even try.
And that's where it comes back to, this has to be an all or nothing ban. And, you know, as I've said, I think the full out ban is kind of ridiculous, so. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'd take $100. I've just got a.
Now he's raising it.
I've got a pretty long ditch. I've just got a question. If the state highways are open to the OHVs, maybe that's where, and they won't be closed even with this ban, I would guess.
Right.
Maybe that's where the focus should be for a trail system in North Dakota. And it'd be another way to generate income for the state, you know, focus on different areas. Obviously, 83 right here would be number one. You know, all these people that are, like in my area on Centennial, geez, it's just a mile or, well, probably 2-3 miles over to 83. So maybe that's where they should be told to ride. So they can still go in the ditch.
Well, and that's the conversation. Actually, our DOT director was here earlier this evening as well, and I had that conversation with him about, what would that look like? And that's part of that bigger picture of a state trail system. Right now, they're not set up for that. You just don't run a trail along US 83 or 85 or whatever that is, but that's part of the discussion that needs to take place with state recreation and coming into this next legislative session. That's the bigger picture. We're just trying to fix the little picture right now.
Even at that right now, they're able to ride those ditches on the state highways without being banned.
Yeah.
And there's already a lot of them that are close to Bismarck where the ruts are a little bit, they're there now. So if all these people were made aware, you have to go on state highway ditches and maybe have a map of those areas. For temporary anyway, that would solve that problem. And that's all I have to add.
But it's still the connectivity to get to those state highways as well, and that's what we're trying to address.
Okay, does anybody have anything new to add? Anybody have anything new to add? Third time. Does anybody have anything new to add? New.
So with these fines, would there be a point system with it? Would it be reported to insurance just like your car speeding down the road? 10 miles an hour over the speed limit's a $15 ticket and 1 point. It's not a big deal for a $15 ticket.
Your name, by the way?
Jeremy Schauer. It's not that big of a deal for a $15 ticket.
If you'd
Get
like
3
me
of
to
them in a
answer.
month,
Yep.
and your insurance company calls you.
Julie's ready.
I was actually asked that by the sheriff's department, and I just did a quick look of Century Code, and it doesn't appear that the OHV's laws on the state side are linked to your driving record. And so it does not appear that there are any points associated with it, which means ours would not either, and it doesn't appear that it goes on the driving record. And something to keep in mind, too, is that you can ride an OHV in the ditch areas under state law between the ages of 12 and 16 with just a certification, and you don't even have to have a license, so there would be no license to assess those points to.
But you're
So
still
my-
required insurance, right?
Pardon me?
You're still required insurance?
I didn't look into it that far. I'm assuming if you're driving vehicles on the roadway, yes, you'd have to, but whether it's off-road, I don't know if it's required
Yes.
insurance. I have to look
Yes.
at that. Okay.
Jeremy, it's so, in visiting with the sheriff's department on this too, I had talked about a graduating scale, going up each time. And that was their concern as well, as this is not tied into the state system. So the sheriff's actually working right now trying to figure out a system where internally they can track. If you've had one fine, it's this. If it's a second fine, you can graduate, third again up. But we're trying to figure out a way to track it right now because it doesn't tie in with the state.
As an avid speeder back when I was young, $15 isn't that big of a thing. But when the insurance company calls you after you got that third one in the month, and now your premium just went from 1 year's premium to 1 month's premium,
You don't speed.
fines
very often.
work real well.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else got anything new? Getting late? Anybody else? I'm going to close the public hearing. There's nothing to vote on. There's no action necessary at this point. I think that the question is whether we want to change any of the language, do whatever. And I don't have any particular thoughts on that at this point.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The resolution under the Home Rule Charter is for a specific period, and I noticed this resolution on the moratorium doesn't have a specific period. It's kind of left open. And so I would suggest that you discuss what kind of a time period you're going to put on it. You can always renew it when that time period is ending. But because we're talking about having it for a limited time, there should be some sort of time frame to it.
Okay. I guess I could repeat, the reason that I brought up the resolution instead of an ordinance that outright bans them is so that we would have an opportunity for the dealers and users and yourselves and whatever to work together towards some kind of solutions. So with regards to that, I would say, what's this season? What would be the riding season, from now until, I don't know, freeze up? Or Commissioner Bakken?
Julie, is that something we could look at? Because the reading would be the next commission meeting, correct?
Yes, the second reading. Yes, the second reading could be at the next commission meeting. That would fall in the timeline.
Could we address that then, or do you want that addressed now?
No, you can address it at that time. You can make modifications to it before it's passed at that second reading. I just wanted to throw that out there so you would be thinking about that.
Thank you.
I suppose part of that would be how much time do folks think they need to come up with some sort of solutions? Because, we're interested in solutions. However, doing nothing does not appear to be the option.
Some of the motions that I will bring next meeting, and Kurt beat me to the punch, but a wheeled OHV restriction for a time period is definitely one of them that I'm bringing, so that we are protecting our ditches. Along with that, I want to suggest the highway department being able to, no different than we do a fire ban, if we've got a period of rain that is coming at us, the highway department can put out a notice that we can splash to social media, to the county website, the sheriff's department, the dealers, to hold off riding for a certain period of time. I just talked a little bit ago about escalating fines, and we're working with the sheriff's department with that as well. Because I am of the opinion that a ban is not going to work. You're still going to have those 20 kids doing the same damn thing every time. And I just don't feel that banning the entire county is going to work. What I want to do is find those kids. I shouldn't call them kids. There's probably some young adults out there too. But I need to find those people that are doing it wrong and make them pay. Make them clean the ditches, whatever it takes. But I don't believe a full ban is going to work, nor do I feel a moratorium is going to work. But we do have to come up with some solutions. And we've had phenomenal conversations with the dealers over the last couple of weeks that included the sheriff's department. It included the state. And like I said, I know the dealers are already working with a national organization on trail systems themselves. So there's a lot of things that are going in the works already. As Josh said, we can't build a trail in the next couple of weeks to get that done. But at the same point, I like the idea of, if we're going to spend money fixing, why don't we spend money creating the trails so that we're not wasting that money at that point. But that's time. We need time for that to happen. But there are a lot of things that we can do short term to find them heavier, to keep them out of the ditches when it's wet, because the county doesn't want to spend the money on fixing that, and it's not up to the residents for that. That's not their job. So there are lots of solutions that I have planned for our next meeting. I put all my cards, not all of them, but I put most of the cards on the table already. So we'll wait till the next meeting.
Okay, anything else for the good of Burley County?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Woodcock.
A thought. You talk about temporary solutions. We have that land out by Buckstop Junction that we rent out for a small amount. Is that available that we could, for the next year? Because we're not doing anything with it now. I mean,
we already have that, Commissioner.
So
no, I'm talking about the field,
the agricultural land. Yes, we have that available as well. I did go back in time about 15 years on Google Earth. I finally found the trails.
Yeah.
That have not been maintained for a long time, but I found them.
Yeah.
And they were there, and once this construction is done, that would be another good spot to go back and get them mowed again and get them ready.
Yeah,
It was a great system.
Well, I thought so.
I spent a lot of time looking at Google Earth that day, and
Yeah.
it had a nice trail.
Thanks. All right, anything else? We're adjourned. Thank you, commissioners.